Welcome in, my tired friends, or as we love to call it here, bro-tatoes. Super glad you decided to come here tonight to get that rest with some history. We finally got around to some Norse mythology, so let's snuggle up. Because we're stepping into the entire story of Norse mythology, following the gods, the worlds they moved through, and the quiet patterns that held everything together. So with peaceful rain moving softly in the background, and this calm, soothing history helping you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. Now slow the roll on your brain and feel at peace. Grab your blanket and let's do this thing. Hello, my tired dumplings. Tonight you will travel through the Norse cosmos from its first frozen breath to its final burning renewal. The story unfolds across 9 interconnected realms, following gods who laughed and schemed and ultimately faced their own endings with clear eyes. Long before the Vikings carved their dragon-headed ships or raised their mead halls under cold northern stars, storytellers around winter fires preserved something stranger and older than history. The poems and tales that would eventually be written down in medieval Iceland as the poetic Edda and prose. Edda carried memories of a cosmology where the world grew from a murdered giant, and a great ash tree connected all possible realities. You're about to step into that cosmos, where ice and fire met in the void, and where even immortal gods knew their stories would end. You stand at the edge of nothing. Before there were worlds or stars or the concept of up and down, there existed only Ginnungagap, pronounced Ginnungagap. The name means something like yawning void or gaping abyss, though neither translation quite captures the quality of this primordial emptiness. Imagine not darkness, because darkness implies the absence of light, and light did not yet exist to be absent. Imagine instead a kind of pregnant nothingness, a space that contained the potential for everything, but had not yet decided to become anything at all. To the north of this void lay Niflheim, pronounced Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist. You can picture it if you think of the coldest morning you have ever experienced, then multiply that cold by every winter that has ever been. 11 rivers flowed from a roaring spring called Vergelmir in the heart of Niflheim. These rivers had names that the old schools remembered, though the names themselves are less important than what the rivers carried. As they flowed away from their source and into the void, they began to freeze. Layer upon layer of ice accumulated in the yawning emptiness of Ginnungagap. To the south lay Muspelheim, pronounced Muspelheim, realm of fire. Where Niflheim dripped with frozen venom and endless winter, Muspelheim blazed with heat that could unmake stone. Imagine a furnace the size of a continent, flames that existed before the concept of fuel or burning, heat so intense it needed nothing to consume because it simply was. The fire giant Surtur stood watch there, patient and terrible, his flaming sword already forged for a purpose that would not come to pass for ages yet. The ice from the north and the heat from the south met in Ginnungagap. Where they touched, something remarkable occurred. The ice began to melt, and in the drops of melting ice, in the steam and the hissing contact between ancient cold and ancient heat, life began. Not life as you know it now, with cells and DNA and evolutionary trees. This was something more fundamental. The first being to emerge from the ice was Ymir, pronounced Ymir, and he was a giant. Ymir was not beautiful. The old texts describe him as a frost giant, and you should picture something massive and strange, formed from ice and venom, more force than form. He slept in the fog where fire and ice created a narrow band of possibility, and as he slept he sweated. From the sweat under his left arm grew a male and a female giant. His legs produced a son by rubbing together. This image is peculiar enough that you might smile into your pillow, and that is appropriate. The Norse cosmos begins with awkwardness and strangeness, not majesty. While Ymir slept and sweated, another being emerged from the melting ice. This was Udumla, a cow of enormous proportions. She too came from nowhere, shaped by the meeting of heat and cold, and she began to lick the salty ice blocks that formed in Ginnungagap. You can hear the sound if you let yourself imagine it. The rough bovine tongue rasping against ancient frost, steady and patient. Udumla licked for sustenance, and in her licking she revealed something buried in the ice. On the first day of licking, hair emerged from the ice block. On the second day, a head appeared. By the third day, Odumla had freed an entire being from his frozen prison. This was Buri, the first of a different kind of being. Where Ymir and his strange offspring were giants, Buri was something else. The texts call him beautiful and strong and mighty, though what exactly made him different from the giants is harder to define. Perhaps it was intention, or consciousness of a different quality, or simply that the stories needed someone to oppose the giants. Buri had a son named Bor, and Bor married a giantess named Bestla, daughter of a giant named Bolthorn. You see already how the categories begin to blur, how giant and god ancestry intertwine from the very beginning. Bor and Bestla had 3 sons, and these sons would change everything. Their names were Odin, Vili, and Ve. These 3 brothers looked at the sleeping Ymir and the small population of giants that had descended from him, and they made a decision that would echo through every age to come. They decided to kill Ymir and make the world from his body. Why they chose violence remains one of the mysteries. Perhaps Ymir threatened them somehow. Perhaps the brothers saw that the giants were multiplying and that the narrow space between ice and fire could not hold everyone. Perhaps they simply desired to create and saw in Ymir the raw material for something grander than a sweating giant sleeping in the fog. The texts do not provide a clear motivation, and maybe that absence is itself meaningful. Creation often begins with an act that resists easy explanation. The brothers attacked Ymir. The fight must have been something to witness, 3 against 1 colossus, but the texts skip quickly past the violence to focus on what came after. When Ymir fell, so much blood poured from his wounds that it created a flood. All of the giants drowned in that crimson deluge except for one named Bergelmir, who escaped with his wife in a boat made from a hollowed tree trunk. These 2 survivors would repopulate the giant race, ensuring that the conflicts between gods and giants would continue through all the ages to come. The 3 brothers stood in the aftermath, surrounded by the corpse of the first being and an ocean of his blood. Rather than waste the opportunity, they began the work of creation. They lifted Ymir's body and carried it to the centre of Ginnungagap. From his flesh, they shaped the earth itself. You walk on Ymir's body whenever you step outside. The soil beneath your feet, the clay and loam and rock, all of it was once the substance of that first giant. His blood became the seas and lakes and rivers. Every body of water you have ever seen or swum in or sailed across has its ultimate origin in the veins of a murdered colossus. The brothers used Ymir's bones to create mountains. The great rocky spines that divide continents and scrape the sky were once the skeletal structure of the first living thing. His teeth and fragments of broken bone became stones and pebbles scattered across the new earth. His hair grew into forests. Each tree descended from a single strand. His skull became the dome of the sky, massive and arched and held aloft at 4 corners by 4 dwarves the brothers created for that purpose. The dwarves had names that pointed to cardinal directions, though the specifics matter less than the image of them standing at the world's corners, straining under the weight of heaven. The brothers took Ymir's brains and threw them into the sky to become clouds. You see them drift overhead on summer days, those last confused thoughts of the first giant, shaped into white and grey formations by winds that did not exist when he was alive. They placed sparks from Muspelheim into the sky to serve as stars and sun and moon. The sun and moon were set in chariots drawn by horses, and the brothers created 2 wolves to chase these celestial vehicles across the sky. One wolf pursued the sun, the other the moon, and their eternal hunt provided the engine of day and night. Sometimes the wolves drew close enough that their jaws briefly eclipsed their prey, and people on the earth below witnessed the darkness and called it an ill omen. The brothers created a fortification around the world they had made. They took Ymir's eyelashes and formed a protective barrier, a kind of circular fence that separated the ordered middle realm from the chaotic outer edges where giants might still roam. This protected area they called Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm where humans would eventually live. Beyond Midgard's protective boundary lay Utgard, the outer territories where rules bent differently, and size and strength mattered more than wit or craft. You can rest now in the knowledge that the world has taken shape. What began as ice and fire and emptiness has become something structured, layered, meaningful. The 3 brothers have committed cosmic murder and alchemized that crime into creation. Ymir is dead, but also more alive than before, his body transformed into the stage where every story to come will unfold. The void has been filled with purpose, and the cosmos has its first geography. The brothers stood back and examined what they had made from Ymir's remains. The earth stretched out in all directions, seas reflecting the new sky, mountains imposing their shapes on the horizon. But something was missing. The world had form but lacked structure, had substance but needed connection. What came next would link everything into a single coherent system, though the word system suggests more order than the Norse cosmos actually possessed. In the centre of creation, the brothers planted a seed. What grew from that seed was Yggdrasil, pronounced Ig-Drusil, the world tree, and you should understand that this was not an ordinary ash tree that happened to be very large. Yggdrasil connected all the realms that would be created. Its roots delved into different wells of power, its trunk formed the axis of existence, and its branches reached into every possible corner of reality. The tree was so vast that its upper branches brushed against the sky itself, creating shelter and shade for the entire cosmos. 3 great roots supported Yggdrasil, and each root reached into a different realm and drew sustenance from a different source. The first root descended into Asgard, home of the gods that the brothers would establish. Beneath this root lay the Well of Urd, attended by 3 women whose importance you will come to understand. The second root stretched down into Jotunheim, pronounced Jotunheim, land of the giants. At the end of this root bubbled the Well of Mimir, whose waters held wisdom so profound that even Odin would sacrifice an eye to drink from it. The third root reached into Niflheim, the frozen realm that existed before creation, and there it dipped into Vergelmir, the roaring spring from which the original rivers of ice had flowed. The tree teemed with life, a great eagle perched in its upper branches, its eyes sharp enough to see everything that occurred in all the realms. Between the eagle's eyes sat a hawk named Vedafölnir, whose purpose remains pleasingly unclear in the old stories. Perhaps the hawk served as the eagle's scout, or perhaps it simply enjoyed the view from such a lofty height. At the base of the tree, gnawing constantly at the root that descended into Niflheim, lived a dragon called Nidhogg. This serpent chewed at the root with eternal patience, working to undermine the tree's foundation. You might think this made Nidhogg a villain, but the tree never fell despite the constant gnawing, so perhaps the dragon served a purpose too. A squirrel named Ratatosk ran up and down the trunk of Yggdrasil, carrying insults between the eagle at the top and the dragon at the bottom. The eagle would make some comment about the dragon's appearance or habits, and Ratatosk would scamper down to deliver the insult with obvious relish. The dragon would respond with its own cutting remarks, and Ratatosk would race back up to report them to the eagle. This pointless exchange continued throughout all of time, which says something either very profound or very silly about the nature of the cosmos. Perhaps both. 4 stags wandered among the branches of Yggdrasil, nibbling at its leaves and new shoots. Their names were Dan, Dvalin, Dunair and Durathror, and they represented the 4 winds or the 4 seasons or simply themselves, depending on which interpretation you prefer. More serpents than anyone bothered to count coiled around the roots, though none were as significant as Nidhogg. The tree dripped with a substance called honeydew, sweet and nourishing, which fell like rain and fed the existence below. But Yggdrasil was not immortal or invulnerable. The tree suffered. The eagle and the dragon were not the only threats to its well-being. The stags ate its leaves faster than they could grow back. Nidhogg's teeth wore grooves ever deeper into the root. The tree rotted in places, showing patches of decay that no amount of honeydew could heal. Yet still it stood, and still it connected everything to everything else. The tree's suffering was part of its nature, not a flaw, but a feature. Yggdrasil held up the cosmos precisely because it bore the weight of that duty, not despite it. The Well of Urd sat beneath the root that extended into Asgard, and 3 women tended this well with daily care. Their names were Urd, Verdandi and Skuld, and they are often called the Norns, though that title carries implications the original text did not always support. Urd represented what had been, Verdandi represented what was becoming, and Skuld represented what should or might be. They drew water from the well each day and mixed it with the mud from around the well, to create a mixture they poured over Yggdrasil's roots. This daily maintenance kept the tree alive despite all the forces working to destroy it. The Norns also determined the fates of beings throughout the 9 realms. They wove or carved or somehow set the course of lives, though different stories describe their method differently. Sometimes they appear as kindly women who attend births and bless newborns with destinies. Sometimes they seem more impersonal, like physical laws that simply operate without regard for individual preference. The old texts are inconsistent about whether the Norns could be appealed to or bargained with, and that inconsistency feels appropriate. Fate in the Norse worldview was not quite predestination, and not quite free will, but something slippery that existed between those poles. With Yggdrasil established as the cosmic axis, the 9 realms could now be properly distributed through its structure. The tree did not create these realms so much as organize them, provide them with addresses in a new cosmic neighborhood. You should picture the realms not as planets in space, but as different layers or dimensions connected by the tree's pathways. Travel between realms was possible but not simple. The gods had a rainbow bridge called Bifrost that connected Asgard to Midgard, its colours shimmering in the light. The bridge was strong enough to support gods on horseback, but it would break during Ragnarok under the weight of giants marching to war. The creation of the world from Ymir's body and the establishment of Yggdrasil as the organising principle of existence represented the first major chapter in the cosmic story. But it was not enough to have a stage. There needed to be actors, audiences, and supporting characters. The 9 realms would provide that population, each one developing its own character and concerns. The brothers who killed Ymir and planted the world tree would need to establish their home in the realm they called Asgard, the enclosure of the gods. But first, you should understand the full map of where you're travelling tonight. The wells that fed Yggdrasil's roots held different properties beyond simple water. The well of Urd sparkled with a clarity that hurt to look at directly, its surface reflecting not what was, but what could be. The Norns drew from it each morning, and the water in their bucket felt heavier than ordinary water, as if possibility itself had weight. The well of Mimir contained knowledge distilled into liquid form. A single drop on the tongue would reveal truths that took lifetimes to understand. The spring called Vergelmir roared with a violence that never diminished, its waters emerging from some source deeper than rock or soil, perhaps from the very foundations of existence. The cosmos was ready. The infrastructure was in place. Everything had its proper place and purpose, from the eagle in the heights to the dragon in the depths, from the Norns weaving fates to the squirrel delivering petty gossip between proud creatures who would never meet. The world tree would stand through ages and catastrophes, linking everything together even as it slowly succumbed to the accumulated damage of existence. The stage was set for gods and giants, humans and dwarves, elves and other beings to play out their roles in a drama that everyone somehow knew would end in fire and renewal. You can navigate the 9 realms if you think of Yggdrasil as having 3 levels, with 3 realms distributed at each level. The arrangement is not perfectly symmetrical, and different sources provide slightly different maps, but you can build a reliable mental picture if you start at the top and work your way down. At the highest level, supported by the branches of Yggdrasil, sat Asgard. This was the realm of the Aesir, the gods who would become the main characters in most of the stories you remember. Picture Asgard as a fortified city with great halls made of gold and precious materials that would make any earthly palace look shabby by comparison. Each major god maintained their own hall, furnished according to their personality and needs. Odin had Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where warriors killed in battle would spend their afterlife training for the final conflict. Thor had Bilskirnir, a hall with more rooms than anyone could count. Freya had Sessrumnir, equally magnificent and reserved for the half of the battle-slain she claimed as her right. On the same level as Asgard, though distinct from it, lay Vanaheim. This was the home of the Vanir, a different tribe of gods about whom less was recorded. The Vanir concerned themselves more with fertility and prosperity than warfare and wisdom. They were associated with the earth's bounty, with good harvests and successful hunts. At some point in the distant past, the Aesir and Vanir had fought a war, one of the first conflicts in the cosmos. The war ended in a truce, and hostages were exchanged to seal the peace. Several Vanir gods came to live in Asgard, including Freya and her brother Freyr, and they became so integrated into the Aesir's stories that most later sources barely distinguish between the tribes. The third realm on the top level was Alfheim, land of the Light Elves. These beings were beautiful and luminous, associated with light and goodness, though the old texts provide frustratingly few details about their daily lives or concerns. The Light Elves kept to themselves mostly, governing their realm in ways that did not generate many stories worth remembering. Their very vagueness gives them a dreamlike quality, appropriate for beings who represented something ethereal and hard to pin down. The middle level of Yggdrasil held the realms most relevant to the conflicts that would drive the cosmic narrative forward. Midgard occupied the centre position, the realm where humans lived. You're in Midgard now, reading these words or hearing them in your mind. The brothers Odin, Vili and Vi created this realm specifically as a protected space for humanity, using Ymir's eyelashes to form a barrier against the chaos beyond. Midgard was neither the highest nor the lowest realm, neither the most powerful nor the weakest. It occupied a middle position in every sense, which gave its inhabitants a unique perspective on the cosmic drama unfolding around them. Jotunheim sprawled to the east of Midgard, a realm of giants where size and strength mattered more than wisdom or cunning. The landscape was wild and dangerous, full of mountains and forests and harsh weather. The giants who lived there came in many varieties. Some were relatively civilized, living in halls not much different from those in Asgard. Others were more primal forces than persons, embodying natural phenomena like storms or earthquakes. The giants were the gods' enemies in most stories, yet also their relatives and occasionally their lovers. Many gods had giant ancestry through their mothers or grandmothers, and Odin himself was descended from Bestla, the giantess who married Bor. If you could somehow visit Jotunheim, you would feel the difference in the air itself. The wind there blew harder, carrying the scent of stone and distance. The sky seemed closer, as if the clouds were within reach. Rivers ran fast and cold, carving gorges through ancient rock. Forests grew dense enough to block out the sun even at midday, their trees gnarled and massive. The halls of frost giants echoed with rough laughter and boasting, with contests of strength that would cripple a normal being. Yet there was also a wild beauty to Jotunheim, a rawness that the more ordered realms had lost in their cultivation. Svartalfheim was the realm of the dark elves or dwarves, depending on which translation you trust. These beings lived underground or in mountains, master craftsmen who could forge objects of impossible quality. Almost every significant magical item in Norse mythology came from the dwarves' workshops. They created Thor's hammer, Odin's spear, and Freya's necklace. They wove the chains that bound Fenrir the wolf, and crafted the golden hair that replaced Sif's natural locks after Loki cut them in a fit of mischief. The dwarves were short and strong and skilled, preferring darkness to sunlight. Some stories claim that direct sunlight would turn a dwarf to stone, which neatly explained why they stayed underground. Nidavellir was sometimes listed as a separate realm from Svartalfheim, sometimes treated as the same place under a different name. The texts are inconsistent, and you should not worry too much about the distinction. What matters is understanding that somewhere in the middle level of Yggdrasil, beings with extraordinary crafting abilities maintained their forges and workshops, producing wonders that even gods could not replicate. The lowest level of Yggdrasil held the realms associated with cold, death, and primordial forces. Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist that existed before creation, remained at this level. Its rivers still flowed from Vergelmir, still carried the venom that had mixed with fire to create the first life. Niflheim was less a place where beings lived, and more a fundamental condition of the cosmos, the baseline of frozen darkness against which warmth and light could be measured. Helheim was the realm of the dead, Ruled by a goddess named Hel, who was one of Loki's 3 monstrous children, most people who passed away went to Helheim, not because they were wicked, but simply because they succumbed to illness or old age rather than in battle. Helheim was not a place of punishment like the Christian hell it superficially resembled. It was cold and gloomy and cheerless, but not actively torturous. The dead dwelled there in a kind of shadowy existence, neither suffering nor particularly happy. Hel herself was described as half alive and half dead, her body divided by colour, one side healthy and one side corpse-like. She presided over her realm with disinterested efficiency, neither cruel nor kind. The journey to Helheim took 9 days down the road called Helveg. The landscape grew progressively darker and colder. Trees became stunted and leafless. The ground turned hard beneath the feet. Eventually travellers reached a river called Gjoll, crossed by a bridge covered in glittering gold. A giantess named Modgud guarded this bridge, questioning each traveller about their name and lineage. Past the bridge stood gates that only opened for those whose time had truly come. Helheim's halls stretched vast and empty, capable of holding all the dead from all the ages, yet somehow always feeling desolate rather than crowded. Muspelheim, the realm of fire that balanced Niflheim's ice, remained at the lowest level as well. Surtur still stood guard there with his flaming sword, waiting patiently for the day when he would lead the fire giants out of their realm and burn the world. Muspelheim was heat and light and consuming flame, the opposite in every way of frozen Niflheim. The air there would sear mortal lungs instantly. The ground was molten rock, constantly shifting and reforming. Flames danced without fuel, existing simply because Muspelheim was the realm where fire belonged. Together, these 2 realms formed the fundamental duality that had sparked creation in the first place. The 9 realms were not equal in importance or size. Some featured prominently in many stories, while others received barely a mention. Travel between realms was possible, but not common. The gods could move relatively freely, using the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost or other methods. Giants sometimes raided into other realms or lured gods into Jotunheim through trickery. Humans generally stayed in Midgard, except for warriors who succumbed in battle and journeyed to Valhalla, or those few heroes who undertook quests that required visiting other realms. You should understand that these 9 realms were not distant planets in physical space. They occupied the same cosmic vicinity, layered or folded in ways that made them simultaneously close and far. You could not reach Asgard by building a tall enough tower, but you might accidentally stumble into Jotunheim if you wandered too far into wild places. The boundaries were more conceptual than physical, maintained by the structure of Yggdrasil and the intention of the beings who inhabited each realm. The tree connected everything. Its roots drank from wells of power, its trunk provided pathways between levels, its branches offered perches for those who desired a wider view. The 9 realms existed as a family of siblings, different in character and purpose, but sharing the same cosmic household. This was the geography that framed every story, the playing field where gods and giants and humans would act out their parts in the long drama between creation and destruction. The gods who made their home in Asgard were neither all-powerful nor perfect. They could be killed, though they had found ways to stave off aging. They made mistakes, acted on petty jealousies, played tricks on each other for entertainment. Their immortality made them different from humans in degree, but not necessarily in kind. This might be why their stories feel more approachable than tales of more remote and omnipotent deities. Odin stands at the centre of the pantheon, not because he was the strongest, but because he collected the most knowledge. He gave up one of his eyes to drink from Mimir's well of wisdom. The trade was stark and permanent. Odin approached the well, asked for a drink, and Mimir told him the price. Odin did not hesitate. He plucked out his own eye and dropped it into the well, where it sank to the bottom and remained, staring up through the clear water for all time. The knowledge he gained from that single drink made him the wisest of all beings, though wisdom did not always bring comfort or happiness. Odin's thirst for knowledge drove him to stranger lengths. He hanged himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear, without food or water. This self-sacrifice to himself unlocked the secrets of the runes, the written characters that held power beyond simple communication. The runes could heal or curse, protect or reveal, depending on how they were carved and what purpose they were given. Odin shared this knowledge with others, but the act of learning it nearly killed even him. He wandered the 9 realms in disguise, appearing as an old man with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low to hide his missing eye. He had many names, depending on which face he presented to the world. The old texts list more than 200 names for Odin, each one highlighting a different aspect of his complex character. He was the All-Father, the god of war and poetry, ruler of the dead who fell in battle. He kept 2 ravens named Hugin and Munin who flew through the worlds each day and returned to whisper what they had seen into his ears. Their names meant thought and memory, and Odin feared losing them more than he feared losing his other eye. 2 wolves accompanied Odin wherever he travelled. They were massive creatures that served as both companions and symbols of his power. At feasts in Valhalla, Odin gave all his food to his wolves, sustaining himself entirely on wine. This detail reveals something about his nature. He was excessive in his pursuit of knowledge and power, willing to sacrifice comfort and even sustenance for what he deemed more important. Thor was Odin's son, though his mother was Jord, a giantess whose name meant earth. This made Thor both god and giant, a combination that shaped his character. He was the strongest of all beings, capable of feats that made even other gods shake their heads in amazement. His hammer Mjolnir could level mountains and had never failed to return to his hand after he threw it. The hammer was short-handled, a flaw introduced during its forging when Loki interfered with the dwarf craftsman. Thor wore a belt that doubled his already prodigious strength and iron gloves that let him grip Mjolnir's shaft despite the heat of its forging. Thor protected Asgard and Midgard from giants who constantly schemed to breach their boundaries. He rode through the sky in a chariot pulled by 2 goats named Tangrisnir and Tangjost, whose names meant something like teeth-bearer and teeth-grinder. The goats had a useful property. Thor could slaughter and eat them for dinner, then resurrect them the next morning by blessing their bones with his hammer. This provided an endless supply of food during long journeys, though you had to be careful not to break any bones while eating, or the resurrected goat would be lame. Thor was not subtle or particularly clever. He preferred direct solutions and was quick to anger when faced with deception or insults. Many stories feature Thor being tricked by giants, falling into traps that Odin would have seen through immediately, yet Thor's directness was also his strength. He did not overthink or plot elaborate schemes. When a problem needed smashing, Thor was the god you wanted on your side. Frigg was Odin's wife, a goddess associated with marriage, motherhood and domestic life. She knew the fates of all beings, but kept that knowledge to herself, speaking prophecy only rarely. Her hall was called Fensalir, the Hall of Marshes, though why she chose such a location remains unclear. Frigg was one of the few beings who could sit on Odin's high seat and see all that occurred throughout the 9 realms. She had her own group of attendants and handmaidens, each responsible for different aspects of life. The texts suggest that Frigg was more powerful than most stories acknowledge, her influence quiet but pervasive. Freyja came to Asgard as one of the Vanir hostages after the war between the 2 tribes of gods. She was associated with love, beauty, fertility, and war. That combination might seem odd, but Freyja embodied the fierce protective love that would fight to defend what it cherished. She owned a necklace called Brisingamen that was so beautiful it drove the dwarves who crafted it to demand a high price for its possession. She wept tears of gold when her husband went missing on long journeys. She taught Odin a form of magic called Seda, which involved trance states and prophecy, and was considered somewhat shameful for men to practice. Freyja claimed half of all warriors who succumbed in battle, taking her pick before Odin's Valkyries collected the rest for Valhalla. Where those warriors went after she claimed them was less documented than Valhalla's feasting halls, but presumably they spent eternity in her hall Sesrumnir, which was described as vast and beautiful. Freya's brother Freyr was equally important, a god of fertility and prosperity whose blessings ensured good harvests and healthy livestock. He owned a ship that could be folded up and carried in a pocket when not in use, and a boar with golden bristles that could run through air and sea faster than any horse. Tyr was a god of war and justice, one-handed after his right hand was bitten off by Fenrir the wolf. That loss came about because Tyr was the only god brave enough to place his hand in Fenrir's mouth as a pledge of good faith, while the gods bound the wolf with unbreakable chains. When Fenrir realised he had been tricked and the chains would not break, he bit down and severed Tyr's hand at the wrist. Tyr knew this would happen, but placed his hand in the wolf's mouth anyway, because the alternative was letting Fenrir remain free to threaten all of existence. Heimdall guarded the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, watching for giants who might try to attack Asgard. He had senses so acute he could hear grass growing in Midgard and wool growing on sheep. He needed less sleep than a bird. His horn Gjallarhorn would sound when Ragnarok began, its blast carrying through all 9 realms to announce that the final battle had commenced. Heimdall was patient and solitary, content to stand watch while other gods held feasts and told stories. Baldur was the most beautiful and beloved of all gods, Odin and Frigg's son, impossibly pure and good. Everything loved Baldur except for mistletoe, which would prove his undoing through Loki's machinations. His death would begin the sequence of events that led inevitably to Ragnarok. The other gods mourned him more than anyone had been mourned before, and even Hel agreed to release him from her realm if everything in all the worlds would weep for him. Everything did weep, except for one old giantess who may have been Loki in disguise. Because of that single refusal, Baldur remained in Helheim until after Ragnarok, when he would emerge into the renewed world. The gods of Asgard spent their time in pursuits both grand and petty. They held feasts where they drank mead and told stories and boasted of their accomplishments. The mead came from a goat named Heidrun, who stood on Valhalla's roof eating the leaves of a tree called Laerad. From her udders flowed an endless supply of mead, enough to keep all the Einarjar drunk every night. A stag named Eikthrnir also stood on Valhalla's roof, and water dripped from his antlers to flow down through the realms, becoming the sources of important rivers. The gods travelled to other realms on errands or adventures. They competed against each other in contests of strength or skill. They worried about the giants, who were always probing for weaknesses in Asgard's defences. They worried about the future, because unlike humans, the gods knew their own endings were approaching. Yet they did not let that knowledge paralyse them. They lived fully in each moment, finding joy in contests and craftsmanship, in love affairs and clever pranks, in the daily rhythm of immortal existence. The air in Asgard smelled different from Midgard's air. Cleaner perhaps, or charged with some quality that mortal lungs could barely process. The light fell at angles that geometry could not quite explain. The halls were vast but never empty, always hosting some gathering or celebration. Music played frequently, provided by skilled performers who knew songs from every age. The gods appreciated beauty and sought it in everything they created or commissioned. The gods were not creators who stepped back from their creation. They remained involved in the daily workings of the cosmos, travelling regularly to Midgard to interact with humans, to Jotunheim to fight giants, or occasionally marry them. They were characters in the ongoing story rather than authors who finished their work and moved on to other projects. Their halls in Asgard served as gathering places where the threads of different stories could be woven together, where decisions about the fate of the 9 realms could be debated and made. This was the divine community that presided over the cosmos, flawed and vital, wise and foolish, strong and vulnerable. They were immortal, but not invincible, powerful, but not omnipotent. They knew their eventual fate, but continued playing their roles, because that was what gods did. The daily life of Asgard provided the stable background against which more dramatic events could unfold. Before Ragnarok would come Loki's betrayals, Baldur's death, and the binding of monsters. But first you need to understand the trickster who had set so much in motion. Loki did not fit neatly into any category. He was counted among the gods and lived in Asgard, yet he was born a giant, son of Farbauti and Laufey. His presence in Asgard came about through blood brotherhood with Odin, a bond so sacred that Odin swore never to drink unless Loki also received a cup. This oath would later cause problems, but in the beginning it cemented Loki's place among the divine community. Loki was handsome and clever and deeply unreliable. He could shift his shape into any form he chose, appearing as a salmon or a fly or an old woman depending on what a situation required. His children were monsters. His wife Sigyn was loyal beyond reason. He helped the gods out of countless problems, many of which he had caused in the first place. The old texts struggle with how to present Loki because he resists the neat categories they tried to impose on him. Early in the timeline of Asgard's history, Loki fathered 3 children with a giantess named Angerboda. The names tell you what you need to know about the relationship. Angerboda meant something like the one who brings grief, and the children she bore to Loki were Fenrir the wolf, Jormungandr the world serpent, and Hel the half-living, half-dead daughter. Prophecies warned that these 3 children would bring great harm to the gods, so Odin decided they must be dealt with before they grew too dangerous. The gods threw Jormungandr into the ocean that surrounded Midgard. The serpent sank to the bottom and grew so large that it encircled the entire world, biting its own tail. Sailors sometimes glimpsed it in the depths, a shadow beneath their ships that could swallow a longboat whole without noticing. Thor would fight Jormungandr at Ragnarok, and both would die from that encounter. The gods sent Hel to Niflheim, where she established her realm of the dead. She accepted her exile and her responsibilities without complaint, becoming the ruler of the shadowy existence awaiting most deceased beings. Her realm was named Helheim after her, and she administered it with neither cruelty nor kindness, simply accepting the dead as they arrived and assigning them places in her grey halls. Fenrir was a different problem. He was a wolf, but he grew at an alarming rate, stronger and larger with each passing day. The gods tried to raise him in Asgard, feeding him and attempting to train him, but only Tyr was brave enough to approach the wolf to place food in his massive jaws. The gods realised they needed to bind Fenrir before he became too powerful to restrain. They commissioned chains from the dwarves, but Fenrir broke the first 2 chains as easily as snapping dry grass. The 3rd chain was called Gleipnir, and it was made from 6 impossible things: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spit of a bird. Because these things do not exist, Gleipnir appeared as a simple silken ribbon, smooth and soft and light as air. The gods challenged Fenrir to allow himself to be bound with Gleipnir, framing it as a test of strength. The wolf was suspicious because the gods had already tricked him twice with increasingly strong chains. He agreed to be bound only if one of the gods would place their hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. If Fenrir could not break free and the gods refused to release him, he would bite off the hand. Only Tyr volunteered. He stepped forward and placed his right hand between Fenrir's teeth. The gods wrapped Gleipnir around the wolf, and the more Fenrir struggled, the tighter the impossible chain gripped. Realising the betrayal, Fenrir bit down and severed Tyr's hand. The gods tied the other end of Gleipnir to a massive boulder called Gjoll, and drove Gjoll deep into the earth. They placed another rock called Thviti on top of Gjoll to secure it further, then thrust a sword through Fenrir's jaws to keep his mouth propped open. The wolf's drool from that day forward formed a river called Van. Fenrir would remain bound until Ragnarok, when Gleipnir would finally break, and the wolf would swallow Odin during the final battle. Loki caused problems beyond fathering monsters. He once cut off all of Sif's beautiful golden hair while she slept, for reasons the texts never explain. When Thor threatened to break every bone in Loki's body for this offence, Loki promised to get the dwarves to forge new hair for Sif, hair of real gold that would grow like natural hair. He travelled to Svartalfheim, and convinced the dwarf craftsmen called the Sons of Ivaldi to create not only the golden hair, but also Odin's spear Gungnir and the ship Skidbladnir for Freyr. Feeling clever, Loki then bet his head with another group of dwarves called Brock and Sindri that they could not craft items as fine. The dwarves made Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's golden ring Draupnir that produced 8 new rings of equal weight every 9th night, and Freyr's golden boar Gullinbursti. Loki lost the bet, but argued that while the dwarves could take his head, they had not won the right to touch his neck. This technicality saved his life, but earned him the dwarves' lasting resentment. Loki helped build Asgard's wall after it was damaged during the war with the Vanir. A giant offered to rebuild the wall in 18 months if he could have Freya, the sun, and the moon as payment. The gods agreed, thinking the task impossible. The giant had a powerful stallion named Svadilfari, who could haul massive stones, and the work proceeded so quickly that it became clear the giant would finish on time. Desperate to avoid paying the price, the gods ordered Loki to sabotage the project. Loki transformed himself into a mare in heat and lured Svadilfari away from the work site. The giant failed to finish the wall by the deadline, revealing himself in his anger to be a frost giant, which justified Thor killing him with Mjolnir. Loki returned to Asgard pregnant, and later gave birth to an 8-legged foal named Sleipnir who became Odin's horse. This story makes most readers pause and reread the details, but the texts present it matter-of-factly. Loki's gender fluidity and shape-shifting allowed for such oddities. The turning point in Loki's relationship with the other gods came with Baldur's death. After Baldur began having nightmares of his own death, Frigg extracted promises from every object and creature in existence not to harm her son. She overlooked only the mistletoe, which seemed too young and insignificant to bother with. Loki discovered this oversight and fashioned a dart from mistletoe wood. The gods were entertaining themselves by throwing weapons and stones at Baldur, watching them bounce harmlessly off him. Loki approached Baldur's blind brother Hodder and offered to guide his aim so he could participate in the fun. Hodder threw the mistletoe dart, guided by Loki, and Baldur fell dead. The gods' grief was immediate and total. They sent Odin's son Hermod to Helheim to beg for Baldur's return. Hel agreed to release Baldur if everything in all the worlds would weep for him. Everything did weep except for a giantess named Thok, who refused. Most sources suggest Thok was Loki in disguise. Because of that single refusal, Baldur remained dead. The gods finally had enough of Loki. They hunted him down as he tried to hide in the mountains. Loki transformed himself into a salmon, thinking he could escape in a river, but the gods caught him with a net. They dragged him to a cave and bound him to 3 rocks with the entrails of his own son Narfi, entrails that transformed into iron chains. They placed a serpent above Loki's head so that its venom would drip onto his face. His wife Sigyn sat beside him holding a bowl to catch the venom, but whenever the bowl filled and she had to turn away to empty it, venom fell on Loki's face. His writhing in pain caused earthquakes in Midgard. He would remain bound until Ragnarok, when all chains would break and all prisoners would be freed to join the final battle. Loki represented the boundary crosser, the one who fit nowhere cleanly. He was useful until he became dangerous, clever until his cleverness curdled into malice. The gods needed him repeatedly to solve problems they could not solve themselves, yet his solutions often created new problems down the line. His children were monsters, yet prophecy said those monsters were necessary to bring about the end that had to come. Loki was neither fully villain nor trickster hero, but something that defied those labels. A being whose very existence challenged the categories the other gods used to organize their cosmos. Humans arrived late in the cosmic story. The brothers who created the world from Ymir's body and planted Yggdrasil had not initially intended to populate Midgard with mortal beings. The first humans came into existence almost by accident, which might explain something about the human condition. Odin was walking along a beach with his brothers Vili and Ve when they encountered 2 trees that had washed ashore. The brothers saw potential in these logs of ash and elm. They decided to shape the wood into human forms, But form alone was not enough to create living beings. Each brother contributed something essential. One gave breath and life, another gave wit and feeling, the third gave speech and hearing and sight. The names of these first humans were Ask and Embla, which meant ash tree and elm tree, preserving their wooden origin in their very identities. Ask and Embla became the parents of all subsequent humans, though the mechanics of how this occurred were left to imagination. Humans spread throughout Midgard, building settlements and cultivating land, raising children who would themselves raise children. The protective barrier of Ymir's eyelashes kept the worst threats at bay, though life in Midgard was never entirely safe. Giants sometimes raided human settlements. Wolves and harsh winters took their toll. Disease and hunger stalked every generation. The relationship between gods and humans was more complex than simple worship might suggest. The gods walked among humans frequently, disguised as travellers or beggars to test the hospitality of different households. How humans treated these disguised visitors determined their later fortunes. Odin particularly enjoyed these tests, appearing at doors in the evening with his wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Those who welcomed the stranger and offered food and shelter without asking too many questions often found their luck improving. Those who turned away a traveller in need discovered that their fortunes had shifted in less pleasant directions. Some humans caught the gods' attention more directly. Warriors who fought bravely in battle would be claimed by Odin's Valkyries, taken from the field of slaughter to feast in Valhalla. The Valkyries were female figures who rode through battlefields, choosing which warriors would die and which would live. They appeared in clouds of mist, their armour gleaming, their presence both beautiful and terrible. The warriors they chose were called Inherjar, and they spent their afterlife in Valhalla training for the final battle at Ragnarok. Each day they fought each other in practice combat, dying and being resurrected to feast together each evening. The mead never ran out, the food was always plentiful, and the company was eternal. Not all dead went to Valhalla. Most humans who lost their battle to illness or old age or accidents made the journey to Helheim, walking the long road called Helveg that led to the gates of Hell's realm. This was not a shameful destination. The texts do not suggest that these dead were being punished or that they had failed some test. They simply had not passed in battle, so they went to the realm designated for those whose endings came peacefully or through misfortune rather than heroism. Helheim was cold and gloomy, but it was also the natural place for most human souls. A smaller number of dead went to Freya's hall, particularly women who died and perhaps warriors Freya had claimed before Odin's Valkyries arrived. Some sources mention other destinations for the dead, suggesting that the afterlife geography was more complex than the main texts acknowledged. Humans worshipped the gods through ritual and sacrifice. They built structures where offerings could be made, sacred groves where the divine felt close. They carved runes for protection or blessing, seeking to tap into the power Odin had unlocked through his self-sacrifice. The gods did not demand the same kind of absolute obedience that some other religious systems required. The relationship felt more transactional, built on mutual respect and the understanding that humans and gods needed each other in different ways. By the Viking Age, which began around the year 800 of the Common Era, Norse culture had developed elaborate codes of honour and social organisation. These codes were not handed down by divine decree, but grew from practical necessity and cultural evolution. Honour mattered more than almost anything else. A man's reputation would survive his death, spoken of in poems and stories. Revenge for insults or injuries was not just accepted, but expected. Blood feuds could span generations, family members obligated to avenge their slain relatives even if they personally bore no grudge against the killer. The longship became the symbol of Norse expansion and exploration. These vessels were engineering marvels, shallow enough to navigate rivers yet sturdy enough to cross oceans. They carried raiders to monasteries on distant coasts, traders to markets in foreign lands, and settlers to islands previously uninhabited. The prow of a longship often featured a dragon head, or serpent head, carved into the wood, both decoration and protection against supernatural threats. Norse society was hierarchical, but allowed for social mobility that other medieval cultures did not. A thrall was a slave, bound to serve their owner. A carl was a free farmer or craftsman, the bulk of the population. A jarl was a noble, wealthy and powerful, leading warriors into battle and hosting great feasts in their halls. A person could rise from carl to jarl through successful raiding or trading, or fall from jarl to carl through bad luck or poor decisions. Women had rights that would seem progressive even by modern standards. They could own property, initiate divorce, and in some cases served as religious leaders or respected sages. The household was the basic social unit. A typical home might house 3 generations, grandparents and parents and children sharing space around a central hearth. The fire provided warmth and light and a place to cook. The smoke escaped through a hole in the roof, though much of it lingered inside, blackening the walls and irritating the eyes. People slept on platforms along the walls, wrapped in furs and woolen blankets. Privacy was a foreign concept. Daily life unfolded in communal spaces where everyone could observe everyone else. Food came from farming and herding and fishing and hunting. Barley and rye grew in fields cleared from forests. Cattle and sheep and pigs provided meat and milk and leather. The sea yielded fish in abundance, dried or salted to preserve them through winter. Whales that beached themselves were divided among the community, their meat and blubber providing resources for months. Wild game supplemented domestic animals, though forests could be dangerous places where outlaws hid, and supernatural beings sometimes appeared. Meals were simple but substantial. Bread made from coarse flour, often mixed with ground peas or bark in lean years. Porridge thick enough to support a spoon standing upright. Meat when it was available, boiled or roasted over the central fire. Fish prepared in dozens of ways, each coastal community having their preferred methods. Cheese aged in cool storage rooms dug into hillsides. Butter preserved in wooden containers. Ale brewed from barley, weaker than mead but available in larger quantities. The taste of food mattered less than its ability to fuel the hard labour that every season demanded. Clothing was practical before it was beautiful. Wool from sheep formed the basis of most garments, spun into thread and woven into cloth. Linen from flax provided lighter fabric for summer wear. Leather from cattle and goats made tough boots and belts and bags. Fur from bears or wolves added warmth in the coldest months. Colours came from plant dyes, though most people wore undyed wool in shades of cream and brown and grey. Wealthy individuals could afford fabric dyed red with madder root or blue with woad, but these were luxuries beyond most means. Women spent countless hours at their looms, weaving the fabric that kept their families clothed. The steady rhythm of the loom and the shuttle passing back and forth provided both product and meditation. The thing was the assembly where free men gathered to settle disputes and make laws and hear news from distant places. It met at regular intervals, usually outdoors at some recognised location. Legal cases were argued before the assembled community, judgments rendered by consensus or by designated judges. The thing was part court, part legislature, part social gathering. It reminded people that they were part of a larger society beyond their individual farms and households. Craftsmanship was honoured as a form of magic. A skilled blacksmith could transform raw iron into tools that would last generations. The forge glowed red in the darkness, hammers ringing against metal in patterns that became as familiar as speech. Smiths understood the secret languages of fire and metal, knowing exactly when to heat and when to hammer and when to quench. A good blade held its edge through seasons of use. A well-made axe felt balanced in the hand, extension of arm and intention. Carpenters shaped wood into ships and houses and furniture, reading the grain to understand how each piece wanted to be cut. Wood had its own nature, oak different from ash, and ash different from pine. Working with the wood rather than against it produced stronger results. The best craftsman could look at a tree and envision the objects hidden in its structure, then coax those objects into existence through patient labour. Leatherworkers cured hides and cut them into useful shapes, stitching with sinew or thin leather strips. Weavers at their looms created patterns that told stories, geometric designs that pleased the eye while serving practical purposes. Humans in Midgard understood their place in the cosmic order. They knew the gods existed in Asgard above them, and giants lurked in Jotunheim beyond their borders. They knew that Ragnarok would come someday, that even the gods would die in that final battle. This knowledge shaped their worldview in subtle ways. Life was temporary, so glory mattered because reputation would outlast the body. The world would end, so the present moment held more weight. Courage in the face of inevitable doom became the highest virtue, more important than victory or survival. The gods occasionally fathered children with human women, creating heroes of mixed parentage who performed great deeds. These heroes feature in many of the sagas and poems, their exploits preserved in oral tradition and later written down. The boundary between human and divine was not absolute. Humans could be elevated to godlike status through fame and heroic action. Gods could diminish themselves through cowardice or failure. The cosmos was more fluid than rigid, allowing for movement between categories that other mythologies kept strictly separate. You should picture a hard life, but not a hopeless one. Winters were brutal, summers short, enemies numerous. Yet there was beauty too in the northern lights playing across the sky, in the craftsmanship of a well-made sword, in the poetry that transformed blood feuds into entertainment. The humans of Midgard faced their mortality with clear eyes, knowing that death would come but refusing to let that knowledge stop them from building and fighting and loving and making art. They were Ymir's descendants as much as the gods were, sharing the same cosmic origin, playing their part in the great story that moved inexorably toward Ragnarok. The end was never secret. From the very beginning, the gods knew how their story would conclude. Prophecies described the sequence of events that would lead to the final battle, and nothing the gods did could prevent those events from unfolding. This foreknowledge shapes everything about Norse mythology, giving it a tragic grandeur that other mythological systems lack. Ragnarok means twilight of the gods, or fate of the gods, depending on translation. It begins with omens that grow increasingly severe. 3 winters will follow each other without any summer between them, a period called Fimble Winter. Snow falls from every direction, winds cut like knives, the sun loses its warmth, people abandon the old codes of honour in their desperation to survive, brother fights brother, father kills son, the bonds of kinship dissolve in a scramble for dwindling resources, axes and swords clash everywhere across Midgard. This is the age of the axe, the age of the sword, shields are cloven. This is the age of the wolf, the age of the storm before the world falls into ruin. The social order that humans built across generations collapses in a single harsh season. Trust evaporates. Mercy becomes weakness. The strong prey on the weak without shame or consequence. In the sky, wolves finally catch their prey. Skoll swallows the sun. Hati Hodvitnisson devours the moon. Stars vanish from the heavens, leaving the world in darkness. The earth shakes violently enough to break every bond and chain. Fenrir breaks free from Gleipnir, the impossible ribbon that had held him since the gods deceived him. His jaws gape so wide they stretch from earth to sky, and he will only open them wider before the end. Jormungandr writhes up from the ocean floor, sending massive waves crashing over coastlines, flooding settlements and drowning thousands. The world's serpent makes its way toward land, spewing venom that poisons air and water. Loki breaks his bonds in the cave where he has writhed in pain for ages. His ship Naglfar, built entirely from the fingernails and toenails of dead people, sets sail carrying an army of giants and the dishonoured dead from Helheim. This detail about fingernails is why Norse tradition held that you should trim the nails of corpses before burial, to delay the completion of Naglfar and thus postpone Ragnarok. Surtur marches north from Muspelheim with his army of fire giants, his flaming sword blazing brighter than the vanished sun. As the fire giants cross Bifrost, the rainbow bridge breaks under their weight, shattering into fragments that fall into the void. In Asgard, Heimdall sounds his horn Gjallarhorn. The blast carries through all 9 realms, waking the Einarjar in Valhalla and summoning the gods to gather. This is the moment they have prepared for since the beginning. Odin consults one final time with the head of Mimir, which he has preserved since the wise being's death. The head gives counsel, though whether it offers hope or simply confirms what must happen is unclear. The armies meet on the plain called Vigrid, which is huge enough to accommodate all the warriors from every realm. The battle is not strategic or tactical. It is simply a clash of vast forces, everyone fighting everyone else in a final apocalyptic melee. Odin rides at the front of the Einherjar, his spear Gungnir in hand, his ravens circling overhead. Thor stands ready with Mjolnir, eager to finally settle accounts with Jormungandr. Freyr fights without his best weapon, having long ago given away his sword in exchange for winning the giantess Gerd as his wife. Tyr faces the great hound Garm, escaped from its binding at the entrance to Helheim. The specific duels are described in the poems preserved by later generations. Odin fights Fenrir, the wolf he ordered bound so long ago. Fenrir swallows Odin whole, fulfilling the prophecy that the All-Father would die in the wolf's jaws. Odin's son Vidar immediately avenges his father by stepping on Fenrir's lower jaw with his specially made shoe and tearing the wolf's head in half. Thor fights Jormungandr, landing killing blows with his hammer, but the serpent's venom is so potent that Thor manages only 9 steps away from the dying creature before falling dead himself. Tyr and Garm kill each other. Heimdall and Loki meet in combat and slay each other, ending their long enmity in mutual destruction. Freyr falls to Surtur, cut down by the fire giant's blazing sword. After the warriors have killed each other and the plain is covered with corpses, Surtur sets the world aflame. The fire consumes everything. Yggdrasil burns despite having endured so much for so long. The 9 realms burn. Asgard falls, its golden halls collapsing into ash. Midgard's forests and fields turn to smoke. The flames reach everywhere, even into the depths where Niflheim's ice has stood since before creation. Nothing survives the fire. The world that the brothers made from Ymir's body returns to formlessness. All that careful construction unmade in an afternoon of violence and heat. But that is not quite the end. After the fire has consumed everything, after the smoke clears and the flames die for lack of fuel, the earth rises again from the sea. It rises green and fertile, unspoiled by the conflict that destroyed the previous version. Grass grows in places that have never known grass. Crops spring up without being planted. The earth gives food without being asked. 2 humans survive the destruction, hidden in a place called Hodmimir's Wood. Their names are Lif and Lifthrasir, which mean life and eager for life. They emerge into the new world and begin again the work of populating Midgard. The son had given birth to a daughter before being swallowed, and this daughter now takes her mother's place in the sky, providing light and warmth. Some of the gods return as well. Balder walks out of Helheim, finally freed from the realm of death. His brother Hoder accompanies him, the 2 reconciled beyond the grave. Vidar and Vali survive, as do 2 of Thor's sons named Modi and Magni, who carry their father's hammer into the New Age. Honir, who had been one of the hostages exchanged after the war between Aesir and Vanir, returns to read omens and cast lots. These survivors gather in the place where Asgard once stood. They find the golden game pieces the old gods used for entertainment, lying undamaged in the grass. They sit and talk and remember what was before. The cycle begins again. The world has been renewed, cleansed of the corruption and violence that made Ragnarok inevitable. The new gods are wiser, perhaps, having inherited the memories of their predecessors' mistakes. Or perhaps they will make their own mistakes. leading eventually to another Ragnarok, another renewal. The texts do not specify whether this cycle repeats infinitely or whether the new world is truly final. What matters is the acceptance built into the structure. The Norse worldview did not promise eternal reward or threaten eternal punishment. It acknowledged that all things end, even gods and worlds, and it found dignity in facing that ending with courage rather than despair. The gods knew they would die at Ragnarok, yet they feasted and fought and loved and created anyway. Humans knew their lives were brief and often brutal, yet they built and explored and made art and kept their word. The story does not end happily in the conventional sense. Almost everyone dies. The world burns, yet something survives, and from that surviving seed grows a new world greener than the old. The cycle offers neither comfort nor hopelessness, but rather a middle path that accepts destruction as part of existence, while insisting that renewal follows destruction, as inevitably as spring follows winter. You have travelled now through the entire arc from first frost to final flame to new beginning. The cosmos that began when ice met fire in the void has completed one full cycle. Ymir's body has been unmade, the world tree has burned, and still life persists. Ask, and Embla's descendants continue. The gods who return carry forward what was worth preserving, while leaving behind what needed to end. The storytellers who preserved these tales around winter fires understood something about the human need for narrative that encompasses both destruction and hope. They created a mythology where even the highest powers face their own mortality, where wisdom brought sorrow as often as strength, where the trickster could be both helper and destroyer, where the end was known but not feared into paralysis. Your tired dumplings have reached the conclusion of this long Northern Nights journey. If you found something meaningful in these tales of giants and gods, of brave last stands and unexpected renewals, you might consider resting your thumb on the like button, or subscribing if your eyes can stay open long enough. The channel needs your support roughly as much as Yggdrasil needed the Norn's daily watering, or simply close your eyes and let the images settle. The 9 realms will wait for you if you wish to visit them again. Sleep well among the branches of the world tree. Welcome back, my tired friends. Settle in, get comfy. Tonight we're going to spend some time with one of the strangest and most human stories in the history of art, which is the story of a boy who arrived in the world already knowing what he was going to do with it, and spent the rest of his life doing it with an intensity that never once let up. His first word was pencil, not mama, not the Spanish equivalent of whatever a Malaga infant in 1881 typically produced first. According to his mum, what the infant Pablo reached for with his new mouth was the word for the thing he most wanted, a shortening of the Spanish lapis, pencil, pids peas, a demand dressed up as a word. He was born on the 25th of October, 1881, in a house on the Plaza de la Merced in Malaga, on the southern coast of Spain, and he arrived into a family that was already organised around art in a way that would have made his trajectory probable even if he had turned out to be merely talented, which he did not. His father was José Ruiz Blasco. José was a painter and a teacher of painting, a methodical and technically accomplished man who had spent his career painting the kinds of things that the academic tradition expected of him. Still lifes, pigeons, birds in general, the occasional landscape, the human figure rendered with careful fidelity. He was not a radical. He was not chasing anything new. He taught at the School of Fine Arts in Malaga, and he curated the city's municipal museum, and he painted his pigeons with the patient devotion of a man who had found his subject and intended to stay with it. He also recognised what he had produced. By the time Pablo was 7, José had begun teaching him formally, in the way José understood teaching, which was the way the academic tradition understood it: copy the masters, draw from plaster casts, draw from live models, build the foundation before attempting the structure. The foundation went in very fast. The boy's hand moved with a sureness that José, who understood what sureness in a painter's hand looked like, recognised as something outside the normal range. He began bringing his son into his own work, asking the boy to help finish paintings, to add the legs to a pigeon composition, to complete a section of background. The boy was better at it than he was. At some point when Pablo was around 13, José looked at what his son had painted on a canvas he had started and understood that the thing had happened, that the child had arrived at a place he himself had never reached and was not going to reach. The story that has been passed down, possibly apocryphal but consistent with the accounts of people who knew the family, is that José gave his palette and his brushes to his son and stopped painting. Whether the gesture was as clean and final as the story suggests, or whether it happened more gradually and the legend tidied it into a single moment, the underlying fact is documented in what José produced after that point, which was very little. He had been surpassed by a 13-year-old. The 13-year-old in question had by this point already spent several years compulsively filling every surface available to him. In school, which he hated with the thoroughness of someone who finds the pace of institutional learning genuinely painful, he drew instead of listening. His teacher allowed him to keep a pigeon in the classroom, a live one, because Pablo would not stop drawing pigeons, and the teacher had concluded that the easiest path was to provide the subject. He drew on the margins of his school books. He drew on the walls. He drew the way other children breathe, which is to say without thinking about it, as a continuous baseline activity that ran underneath everything else. The family moved several times during his childhood. Malaga first, until Pablo was 10, and then La Coruña on the northwestern coast of Spain, where José had taken a professorship. La Coruña was cooler and greyer and less beautiful than Malaga, and Pablo missed the south the way children miss the specific textures of the first place they knew. He kept working. The move to La Coruña produced a small formal sketchbook in which he recorded the city around him, the streets and the faces and the harbour, with the observational precision of someone who uses drawing the way other people use language, as their primary method of understanding what they are looking at. In La Coruña, his sister Conchita fell ill with diphtheria. She was 7 years old. Pablo made a private bargain with himself during her illness, the kind of bargain that a 13-year-old makes with the universe, when the universe has not yet demonstrated its terms clearly. He told himself he would stop drawing if she recovered. Drawing was the thing he valued most absolutely, the only currency he had that felt proportionate to what he was asking for. She did not recover. She died in January of 1895, and Pablo did not stop drawing, because the bargain had not been honoured on the other side, and because he was 13, and the need to draw was deeper than any bargain he could make against it. The family moved again that year to Barcelona. Barcelona in 1895 was not what Malaga had been or what La Coruña had been. It was a city in the middle of something, the modernist movement that was reshaping Catalan architecture and art and intellectual life simultaneously. Antoni Gaudí building his impossible organic structures across the city, the cafes full of people who were arguing about what art was allowed to be and what it was not. José had taken a post at the city's School of Fine Arts, the Llotja, and he arranged for his son to take the entrance examination for the advanced course in classical art and still life. The examination normally took students a month. Pablo completed it in a week. The jury admitted him at 13, looked at what he'd produced, and admitted him to the advanced class rather than the standard one. The examiners were astonished, according to the accounts that survive, in the particular way that professionals are astonished when someone young does the thing they have spent their careers building toward, and does it without apparent effort, and is 13. Picasso said later, looking back at these years, that he had never drawn like a child. When he was 12, he said he drew like Raphael. It was a statement about what childhood had actually been for him, which was not a period of gradual development toward competence, but a period of refining something that had arrived essentially complete. He did not yet know he was going to break it. He was 13 years old, and living in Barcelona, and drawing like Raphael, and the century he was going to reshape was still 17 years away from ending. Barcelona in 1899 was a city with Paris on its mind. The modernist movement that had been reshaping its architecture and intellectual life for the better part of a decade was explicitly oriented toward what was happening in France, toward the painters and poets and musicians of Montmartre, toward the particular electricity of a city that had decided it was at the centre of everything and was conducting itself accordingly. The artists in Barcelona's bohemian circles spoke Catalan rather than Spanish, and called themselves nationalists, but their hearts, as one contemporary observer noted, were set on Paris. They were watching from a distance and preparing to close it. Picasso arrived in this city at 15 and understood it immediately. He began spending his evenings at Els Quatre Gats, the Four Cats, a tavern in a neo-Gothic building in the Gothic Quarter that had opened in 1897 and advertised itself as an inn for the disillusioned. The name referred both to the four founders who had established it and to Le Chat Noir, the famous bohemian cabaret in Montmartre that had been the model and the aspiration. The walls of the Four Cats were hung with paintings by Ramon Casas and Santiago Rusinol, two of the founding painters, and on any given evening the room contained writers and architects and musicians and young painters who were arguing about what art was and was not supposed to be doing, which was the argument that Picasso had been waiting his whole short life to be part of. He made himself useful immediately. Pere Romeu, who ran the tavern, commissioned him to design the menu. Picasso produced a cover that showed a group of clients seated in front of the building's facade, a work that was immediately compared to the style of Ramon Casas, who was the most admired painter in the room and whom Picasso had identified as the person worth studying. Picasso studied him. He also began producing charcoal portraits of the regulars, between 50 and 150 of them, hung in the main room in February of 1900 for what was effectively his first public exhibition. The portraits were pen and ink and watercolour, quick and observational, caricature edging toward genuine likeness, and they showed what the next decade of his work would confirm, that Picasso saw people the way other people see surfaces, all the way in on the first look. He was 17 years old. He met Carl Casagmas at Els Quatre Gats in the spring of 1899. Casagmas was a painter and poet, the son of the American consul in Barcelona, 1 year older than Picasso, and drawn to the same bohemian experimentation that drew everyone in that room. They recognized something in each other immediately, the particular recognition that happens between two people who are both in the early stages of becoming something and can sense the same quality of becoming in the other person. They set up a shared studio at Riera de Sant Joan 17, decorated the walls with murals, and spent their days working side by side in the way that young artists work when they have found someone who keeps pace with them. Casagemas was funny and brilliant, and already in some difficulty with himself that his friends managed as best they could. In September of 1900, the two of them left Barcelona for Paris together. This was the thing they had been building toward. Everyone in that room at the Four Cats had been building toward it, and now they were going. The Universal Exposition was open in Paris, and Picasso had a painting accepted for exhibition there, the first time his work had been shown outside Spain. They arrived in Montmartre and moved into a studio that had been vacated by the Catalan painter Isidre Nonel, a cramped and productive space in which they worked and argued and went out into Paris and tried to absorb as much of it as possible in the time available. In Paris, Casagemas fell in love. Her name was Germaine Gargallo, a model who had become part of their circle, and the love was not returned in the way Casagemas needed it to be. He had always been volatile, mood swings and depression that the people who knew him had learned to manage, and Germaine's refusal opened something in him that did not close. Picasso, watching his friend deteriorate, suggested they leave Paris for the holidays, come back to Spain, get some distance from the situation. They went to Barcelona and then to Malaga, where Casagemas's behaviour became erratic enough that Picasso, in an act he would later struggle with, put him on a boat back to Barcelona alone and went to Madrid to work. They never saw each other again. On the evening of the 17th of February, 1901, Casagemas organised a farewell dinner at the Café de l'Hippodrome in Paris. After many rounds of wine and absinthe, he asked Germaine one final time if she would marry him. When she refused, he drew a pistol and fired at her. The bullet grazed her. Believing he had killed her, Casagemas turned the gun on himself and shot himself in the right temple. He died in the hospital that night. He was 20 years old. Picasso was in Madrid when he heard. He returned to Paris in May of that year and moved back into the studio they had shared, lived in the room where his friend had slept and eaten and worked, and descended into the grief that had ended at the Hippodrome. He visited the site of the shooting. He began painting Casagemas, his face, his body in the coffin, the scene of his death and burial, a series of works that were simultaneously portraits and an attempt to understand what had happened and what Picasso's own share of responsibility for it might be. In the preliminary sketches for the most significant painting of this period, a large allegorical work called La Vie, the face of the central male figure was Picasso's own. In the finished painting, he changed it to Casagemas. The grief did not resolve into something discreet and manageable. It went into the work, changed the colour of the work, changed what the work was about and who it was about and what Picasso thought painting was supposed to be doing in relation to the people it depicted. The Blue Period had not yet been named. It was not yet a period. It was simply a painter sitting in a room in Paris in 1901, surrounded by the absence of his friend, reaching for the blue end of the palette. The summer of 1901 started well. Picasso had an exhibition at the gallery of Ambroise Vollard in Paris, a dealer with an eye for the genuinely new, and the show was noticed. The critic Félicien Fagues reviewed it in La Revue Blanche and understood what he was looking at. The paintings Picasso produced for that show were bright, energetic, full of colour, depicting the life of Paris with the hungry attention of a 20-year-old who had just arrived in the city he had been dreaming about since the Four Cats. He was young, and his friend had just died, and the paintings he was making that summer showed almost none of it. The second half of the year was different. Picasso's psychological state deteriorated as 1901 wore on, the grief for Casahemus moving from fresh shock into something deeper and more settled, and as it did, the palette changed. Not all at once, not as a decision. The blues came in the way that grief itself comes in, gradually and then all at once, and then simply present, the new baseline condition of things. By late 1901, Picasso had painted a self-portrait in which he showed himself at 20 as a man with hollowed features and a patched coat, the face gaunt, the eyes inward, no trace of the energy of the Vollard paintings. He looked like someone much older and much colder. He was also genuinely poor. This is the detail that the retrospective fame of the Blue Period tends to obscure. The paintings from this period are now among the most reproduced and most beloved in the history of Western art, hanging in major museums, reproduced on everything imaginable, sold at auction for figures that would have constituted several lifetimes of income for the 20-year-old who made them. At the time, he could not sell them. The critics who had praised the Vollard show retreated when the blue paintings arrived. The market did not want elongated beggars and blind old men and emaciated mums and the quiet misery of people on the margins of a city. Picasso went without food during stretches of 1902. He burned drawings to stay warm. He knew what poverty looked like from the inside because he was inside it. This shaped what he painted. He began visiting the women's prison of Saint-Lazare in Paris, where nuns served as guards and women were housed with their nursing infants. He went repeatedly, drawing the women there, the mums with their children, the particular combination of confinement and tenderness that the prison produced. The visits gave him models and material and something else harder to name, a contact with human suffering at its most unadorned, with people who'd been removed from ordinary life and placed somewhere that stripped away everything except the essential fact of their existence. The paintings that came out of these visits, the soup among them, have the quality of documents, not of suffering dramatized, but of suffering observed with complete and sober attention. The subjects of the Blue Period are consistent enough to constitute a world. Beggars, the blind, prostitutes, old men alone at bare tables, mums hunched over children, figures stretched tall and thin against empty backgrounds, elongated in the way that El Greco had elongated his figures 4 centuries earlier, a technique Picasso had studied in the Prado and was now applying to the people he saw on the streets of Barcelona and Paris. The elongation is not distortion in the pejorative sense. It is a formal choice that gives the figures a kind of ghostly grace, a presence that is both entirely human and slightly beyond it. The National Gallery of Art, writing about these works, described the effect as Picasso metaphorically allowing his subjects to escape their fate, to occupy something like a utopian state of grace. Blindness recurs throughout the period with an almost obsessive frequency. The Blind Man's Meal, painted in 1903, shows a single figure at a bare table, one hand reaching toward a wine jug, the face turned slightly away in the unseeing orientation of the permanently blind. The Old Guitarist, also 1903, is the most famous of these works, a hunched old man cradling an enormous instrument, the body angular and compressed, the guitar taking up most of the space around him, the man himself reduced to the bare minimum of presence required to hold the thing and play it. The guitar is brown, the single warm note in a painting otherwise built entirely from blue-grey cold. X-ray examination of the canvas has revealed that other figures are painted beneath the surface, the guitarist laid over them, Picasso working through several compositions before arriving at this one. The blindness in these paintings was not merely descriptive. Picasso was aware of the symbolist movement's interest in blindness as a condition that opened toward inner vision rather than closing it. The idea that those without sight might see something others could not. Whether he subscribed to this idea fully, or used it as a formal resource, is a question the paintings do not answer cleanly. What they establish, painting after painting, is a sustained attention to the people who exist at the edge of the social world, the people who are present in cities and invisible in them simultaneously, and a consistent refusal to sentimentalize what he found there. La Vie, completed in May of 1903, is the Blue Period's most ambitious and complicated work. It is large, nearly 2 meters tall, and shows two groups of figures facing each other, a naked couple on the left and a cloaked woman holding a child on the right, with two smaller paintings within the painting visible in the background, one showing a crouched figure of grief and one a couple embracing. The central male figure has the face of Casaemus. In the preliminary sketches, that face was Picasso's own. What the painting means has been argued over ever since. Birth and death, love and its consequences, the passage between youth and age, the weight of what is owed to the living and the dead. What it refuses to do is resolve. It holds all of these readings simultaneously and will not choose among them, which is either a weakness or the most honest thing the painting could do, depending on how you look at it. The Blue Period ended as gradually as it began, the cold colours warming slowly in late 1904 as Picasso's circumstances changed. He settled permanently in Paris, moving into the Bateau Lavoir in Montmartre, a ramshackle building where a community of artists lived in overlapping poverty and mutual support. He met Fernand Olivier, who became his companion. The depression that had organised the previous 3 years began, not to lift exactly, but to shift, the way weather shifts, the same sky but a different quality of light. The paintings changed colour. The Blue Period has a strange relationship to its own fame. Picasso struggled to sell these works for years. They were not what the market wanted. They were not what critics had learned to praise. They came out of grief and poverty, and a sustained attention to the people that prosperity tends not to look at directly. Now they are worth fortunes and hang in the world's best museums and are printed on coffee mugs. Picasso himself, who lived to see all of this, said almost nothing about what the period had meant to him. He had said what he needed to say in the paintings. The paintings are still saying it. The Rose Period arrived the way the Blue Period had arrived, gradually and without announcement, the palette warming as Picasso's circumstances changed, and the depression that had organised the previous 3 years began to shift. By 1904 he had settled permanently in the Bateau Lavoir, a ramshackle building in Montmartre, that housed a community of artists in overlapping poverty and mutual company. Fernand Olivier arrived in his life and became his companion, and the subjects of his paintings changed with her presence. The emaciated beggars giving way to acrobats and circus performers, the cold blue replaced by earth tones and rose and the particular warm grey of a Paris afternoon. He was painting the world as a place worth inhabiting, rather than a place worth documenting at its margins. He was also looking at things very carefully. Cézanne died in October of 1906 and was honoured the following year with a major retrospective at the Salon d'Automne. Picasso studied it with the attention he brought to everything he wanted to understand, which was total and patient and ultimately transformative. What Cézanne had been doing with form, the way he had broken apart the convention that a painting should show you an object from a single fixed point of view, the way he had allowed multiple angles and multiple moments to coexist in a single image, was something Picasso recognised as a door and walked through. He was also looking at the ancient Iberian sculptures on display in the Louvre, recently excavated from Osuna in Spain, their faces simplified and archaic, the features reduced to essential forms with an authority that had nothing to do with the academic tradition he had been trained in. He started incorporating what he saw in these faces into his own figures. The 3 central women in the painting that was building in his studio across the first half of 1907 owe their faces to these sculptures. The other 2 women are something else entirely. In the spring or early summer of 1907, Picasso visited the Ethnographic Museum at the Palais du Trocadero in Paris. He described the experience himself, years later, to the writer André Malraux. The smell reached him first, he said. Mould and rot and the flea market quality of a place that housed objects brought from very far away by people who did not understand what they were handling. He wanted to leave. He stayed. The masks, he said, were not like any other pieces of sculpture. Not at all. They were magic things. They were against everything, he said, against unknown threatening spirits. He understood what they were for, what they were doing. He understood, standing there alone in that awful museum, why he was a painter. He went back to his studio and changed 2 of the faces in the painting he had been working on for months. The painting was called, at that point, Le Bordel d'Avignon, the brothel of Avignon, a reference to the Carré d'Avingo in Barcelona, where Picasso had spent time as a young man. Later it would be given a more polite name. It shows 5 nude women, confrontational, staring directly out of the canvas at whoever is looking at them, the conventional passivity of the female nude entirely abandoned. The 3 on the left have faces derived from Iberian sculpture, simplified and flat. The 2 on the right have faces that were changed after the Trocadero visit, angular and fractured, wearing something very close to African masks, the planes of the face broken apart and reassembled in a way that is simultaneously familiar and wrong, or rather wrong by the standards of what Western painting had been doing with faces for several centuries, and right by some other standard that the painting was in the process of establishing. X-ray analysis of the canvas has confirmed what this looked like before the changes. Originally, all 5 figures shared similar facial features, the same almond eyes, and simplified profile that characterized the Iberian influence. The Trocadero visit produced the rupture that split the painting in 2, the left side and the right side operating by different visual logics. The whole canvas held together by the confrontational directness of the women's gaze rather than by any conventional compositional unity. Picasso had created hundreds of preparatory sketches and studies across the previous 9 months. The early versions of the composition included a male figure on the left, a medical student entering the brothel holding a skull, a narrative element he eventually removed because the story it implied would have contained the image rather than releasing it. He also removed a sailor on the right. What remained when both men were gone was pure confrontation, 5 women and whoever was looking at them, nothing between the image and the viewer to absorb or mediate the encounter. The painting's immediate reception was damaging. Picasso showed it to his circle at the Bateau Lavoir, and they did not know what to do with it. Georges Braque, who had become his closest collaborator within a year, said at first viewing that it was like eating rope or drinking petroleum. Henri Matisse, his great rival, was appalled. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire, who was among Picasso's most devoted supporters, was shaken. The dealer Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, who visited the studio in July of 1907 and saw the canvas, was at a loss. The painting did not go on public display until 1916. In the years between its completion and its first public exhibition, Picasso kept it rolled up in his studio. What the painting had done to him, and what it would eventually do to the history of painting, was not immediately legible to anyone standing in front of it in 1907, including Picasso himself. He had produced something that did not fit any existing category, that had broken the expectation of what a painting was supposed to do when it depicted a human figure, that had made the question of how to show a body in space into an open problem rather than a settled convention. The problem, once opened, could not be closed. The collaboration with Braque that began almost immediately after Les Demoiselles, the 2 men working in such proximity that they sometimes could not tell which paintings were whose, would push that open problem into what became Cubism, and Cubism would change what painting was allowed to attempt for the rest of the century. But that is the next chapter. At this moment, in 1907, there is only the canvas, still damp, too large to hang easily in the studio, showing 5 women who will not look away from you, their faces assembled from Iberian stone and African wood, and Picasso's own particular way of refusing to show you things the way you expect them to look. He understood, he said later, that it was his first exorcism painting. He had given form to the spirits. He had become independent of them. The question that Les Demoiselles had opened was this: if a painting does not have to show you what a thing looks like from a fixed point of view, then what is it allowed to do instead? Picasso did not have the answer when he finished the painting in 1907. He had the question, which is a different thing and in some respects a more valuable one. The question needed another person to help develop it, and that person arrived in November of 1907, when the poet Guillaume Apollinaire arranged a meeting between Picasso and a young French painter named Georges Braque. Braque had already seen Les Demoiselles, and his initial response had been the rope and petroleum remark, the opinion that the painting was as unwelcome to him as eating rough fibre or drinking kerosene. But it haunted him through the winter of 1907 and into 1908, in the way that genuinely new things haunt the people who are capable of understanding them. not pleasantly and not easily, and not with any immediate sense of what to do about it. He went south to L'Estaque, where Cézanne had worked, and spent the summer shedding the colours of Fauvism and working through the structural problems that the older painter had left unresolved and that Picasso had now ripped wide open. When he came back to Paris, he came back with paintings that were doing something Picasso recognised. The collaboration began almost immediately after. Almost every evening, Picasso said later, either he went to Braque's studio or Braque came to his. Each of us had to see what the other had done during the day. The statement, which Picasso made in a late interview, sounds almost domestic in its rhythm. The two painters checking in with each other daily like colleagues running a project together, which is precisely what they were. The project was the reinvention of what a painting could be, conducted in the studios of two men who were temperamentally almost opposite. Picasso intuitive and bold and restless, Braque methodical and reserved and committed to structural precision, and whose differences turned out to be exactly what the project required. Braque's own description of the collaboration was that they were like two mountaineers roped together. What they were building, across the years from 1908 to 1914, came to be called Cubism. The name was coined accidentally by a French art critic named Louis Vaucel, who described Braque's landscape paintings of L'Estaque as reducing everything to little cubes. Bizarreries cubiques, he wrote, geometrical peculiarities. He meant it as a dismissal. The artist used the word as a handle, and the handle stuck, which is how many of the most important movements in art history acquired their names from someone who thought they were insulting the work. The word does not quite describe what the work was doing, but it points at it. What Cubism actually did was refuse the convention that a painting occupies a single moment in time from a single fixed point in space. The academic tradition and the entire history of Western painting from the Renaissance forward had built itself on single-point perspective, the mathematical system that produces the illusion of depth on a flat surface by arranging everything in relation to a single vanishing point. It is a powerful system, and it produces beautiful work. It also requires a lie, the lie that the viewer is stationary, that the world is frozen, that the object being depicted exists in one moment from one angle. Cézanne had begun to question this without quite abandoning it. Picasso and Braque abandoned it, in the paintings of what came to be called analytic cubism, which developed from roughly 1909 through 1912. A figure or an object is shown from multiple angles simultaneously, the front and the side and sometimes the back all present in the same image, assembled into a composition that is recognisable without being illusionistic. A guitar becomes a collection of planes and curves that represent the guitar from every angle at once rather than from one. A woman's face shows you the profile and the frontal view in the same head, both truths present simultaneously rather than forced to choose. The palette during this phase narrows to greys and browns and ochres, the colour deliberately reduced so that the structural question stays central. The investigation of form kept clear of the distraction of chromatic beauty. The subject matter of analytic cubism is modest almost to the point of comedy. Guitars, bottles, newspapers, a pipe, a glass, musical instruments of various kinds, the things that sit on tables in studios and cafes, the furniture of a working artist's daily life, chosen not for symbolic weight but because they were present, and because their forms were complex enough to be interesting, and simple enough not to overwhelm the formal investigation. Braque, whose father had been a house painter and who had grown up understanding the relationship between pattern and surface, introduced techniques from that tradition into the fine art context, stenciled letters, faux wood grain, the deliberate flattening of illusion that house painting requires. Picasso, who had always been interested in everything that could be done with a flat surface, incorporated these techniques and pushed them further. In 1912 they invented collage. Picasso pasted a piece of oilcloth printed with a chair caning pattern onto a canvas and drew around it, producing a work called Still Life with Chair Caning that incorporated an actual non-art material into the painting, a piece of the real world used as representation rather than representation standing in for the real world. Braque, working in parallel, introduced papier-colle, pasted paper, gluing fragments of newspaper and wallpaper into compositions alongside drawn and painted elements. The result was synthetic cubism, which ran from roughly 1912 to 1914, and which reversed the logic of analytic cubism. where analytic cubism had broken objects into their component planes, synthetic cubism assembled those planes into new constructions, building a guitar or a figure from geometric fragments rather than analysing an existing one down to its geometry. The collaboration during these years was so close that even experts, looking at the unsigned paintings from the period, sometimes cannot determine which of the two men made which work. Picasso and Braque occasionally signed their paintings only with initials, or not at all, treating the work as genuinely joint rather than individually attributed. This was unusual to the point of being unprecedented in the history of art. Two painters of comparable ambition voluntarily merging their output to the degree that authorship became uncertain. Art historians have spent decades trying to establish precise chronologies, debating which idea came from whom and when, and have acknowledged that the conversation was so continuous and so reciprocal that the question may be unanswerable. Outside their immediate circle, Cubism was initially confusing and then influential in approximately the way that all genuinely new things are confusing and then influential, with the confusing part lasting longer and the influential part being larger than anyone involved anticipated. Other painters came to it and developed their own versions. Juan Gris, Fernand Léger, Jean Metzinger, Francis Picabia, all working in Paris in the years before the war, each took the formal discoveries of Picasso and Braque and applied them to their own concerns and sensibilities. Unlike Picasso and Braque, who refused to exhibit their Cubist works publicly, through most of the collaboration, these painters showed their work at the major Paris salons, and it was through them that Cubism became visible to the broader public and to critics and to artists in other countries who had not been in the studios of the Bateau Lavoir. Then, August of 1914 arrived. Picasso saw Braque and their friend André Derain off at the train station in Avignon as they left for military service. Braque later recalled the moment. Picasso recalled it too, saying that after seeing Braque off that day he never saw him again, meaning that the Braque of the collaboration, the Braque who had been his other half in the most intense creative partnership in the history of modern art, was gone even if the man himself survived the war. Braque was wounded at the front and did not paint again until 1917. The partnership that had produced Cubism was over. Picasso, Spanish and therefore not conscripted, stayed in Paris. He continued to work. He always continued to work. But the particular quality of those 6 years, the daily studio visits, the constant conversation conducted through canvas, the two mountaineers roped together on a face that no one had climbed before, was finished. It had lasted long enough to change what painting was. In January of 1937, the Spanish Republican government approached Picasso with a commission. They were building a pavilion for the Paris World's Fair that summer, and they wanted a mural, something large and significant, something that would assert the legitimacy of the Republic at an international event in the city, where Picasso had lived for most of his adult life. Picasso accepted. Spain had been in civil war since July of 1936, when the nationalist general Francisco Franco had launched a military coup against the elected Republican government, and Picasso, who had not been back to his birthplace in years, and who rarely mixed politics and his art, understood that this was not a moment to stay out of it. For 3 months he stared at a blank canvas and produced nothing. The commission had not given him his subject. He had several preliminary ideas, none of them convincing, none of them finding the particular quality of necessity that Picasso required, before he could commit himself to a canvas of this scale. His personal life was in turmoil. The civil war was intensifying. He was working dispassionately on something he did not yet believe in, which was for Picasso the worst possible working condition. Then, on the 26th of April, 1937, the German Condor Legion bombed Guernica. The town sat 10 kilometres from the front lines in the Basque country in northern Spain, a quiet agricultural community that was also the ancient symbolic capital of the Basque people, the place where the traditional rights and liberties of the Basques were historically centred. It was a market day, Monday, which meant the town centre was full of people. The German aircraft arrived in the afternoon and bombed for approximately 2 hours. They dropped high explosives first to break the buildings open, then incendiaries to burn what was exposed. The nearest military target, a factory on the town's outskirts, went through the attack untouched. What burned was the town. The journalist George Steer, a correspondent for the Times of London, was nearby and reached Guernica shortly after the bombing. His account appeared 2 days later on the front pages of the Times and the New York Times, and then in the French paper L'Humanité. It described the deliberate destruction of an open civilian town with no significant military value, the bodies in the streets, the animals running through the rubble, the particular completeness of the destruction, tile roofs and wooden porches burning long after the planes had left. Picasso read the account in the newspaper in Paris. He made his first sketch the next day, the 1st of May. He had found his subject. What followed across the next 35 days is one of the most documented creative processes in the history of art, because Picasso's companion and fellow artist Dora Maar photographed the canvas at multiple stages of its development, preserving a record of the painting's evolution from initial composition through successive revisions. There are over 40 preparatory sketches and studies in addition to Maar's photographs. The documentation shows a painting that changed substantially as it was made, not in its core emotional content, which was fixed from the first day, but in its compositional organisation, the arrangement of the bodies and the symbols and the spaces between them. The canvas Picasso was working on was enormous, 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, painted in his studio on the Rue des Grands Augustins. It required scaffolding to reach the upper sections. He chose to work in grey and black and white, stripping out all colour, a decision that gives the painting the quality of a news photograph, the documentary authority of something that is reporting rather than interpreting. He also ordered house paint rather than artist's paint, specifying a matte finish, the minimum amount of gloss, so that the surface would have no beauty of material to distract from what it was saying. The painting that emerged shows a collection of figures in extremis. A wounded horse occupies the centre, its mouth open in a scream, stumbling over a fallen soldier below it. A bull stands on the left, facing away from the chaos, intact where everything else is breaking. A woman with a dead infant holds the child up in a gesture that is simultaneously a cradling and a presentation, her face torn open in grief. Another woman drags a wounded leg across the bottom of the canvas. Another leans from a window holding an oil lamp into the scene. A dismembered soldier lies on the ground, a broken sword in his hand beside a flower. Flames rise on the right side. A light bulb shaped like an eye hangs at the top of the composition, its spiked rays a mechanical parody of illumination. The symbols have been argued over ever since. The horse, Picasso said, represented the people. The bull represented brutality and darkness. The lamp held by the woman in the window was the lamp of truth, or the lamp of the Republic. The broken sword was resistance that had not surrendered despite being broken. The baby in the mum's arms did not need explaining to anyone who looked at it. Picasso also added, at various points, that the painting meant exactly what it showed, no more and no less, which is the kind of statement artists make when they have been asked one too many times to reduce their work to a caption. The photographs Dora Maar took during the 35 days show a painting trying out different answers to the same question, which is how to contain this level of suffering in an organised image without reducing it, without making it bearable to look at, without allowing the viewer the comfort of aesthetic distance. The early stages show the bull and the horse in different positions, different proportions, different relationships to each other. A raised fist appears in early sketches and disappears in the final version. Colour appears in some studies and is stripped away again. The compositional logic shifts and settles and shifts again. On the 4th of June 1937, Picasso declared it finished. It was exhibited at the Spanish Pavilion at the Paris World's Fair beginning in July, placed near the entrance so that it was among the first things visitors saw. The initial reception was mixed. The painting was difficult, the composition dense and fractured, the imagery not easily decoded by viewers who had not been given a key. It did not win the public immediately. It was not designed to be immediate. What it was designed to be became clearer as the painting travelled. After the World's Fair, it toured Scandinavia and England to raise awareness and funds for the Spanish Republic. In 1939, when the Republic fell to Franco's forces, Picasso refused to allow the painting to go to Spain. He had said before the war was lost that the painting would be given to the Spanish government the day the Republic was restored, and he held to this position with absolute consistency for the rest of his life. He loaned it instead to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, where it would remain for 42 years. During World War II, when Paris was under German occupation, a German officer visited Picasso's apartment. Seeing a photograph of Guernica, the officer asked whether Picasso had done that. Picasso answered that he had not. "You did," he said. The painting returned to Spain in 1981, 6 years after Franco's death and 8 years after Picasso's. in a Spain that had become a constitutional monarchy rather than the republic Picasso had insisted upon. It was displayed initially behind bulletproof glass at the Prado Museum, and then, in 1992, it was moved to the Museo Reina Sofia in Madrid, where it now hangs. Approximately 11,000 people visit it every day. Guernica is 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, and it was painted in 35 days by a 55-year-old man who had spent 3 months unable to start it and found his subject in a newspaper on the 1st of May 1937. It does not resolve. It does not conclude. The horse is still screaming, and the mum is still holding the child, and the soldier's sword is still broken, and the light is still the cold mechanical light of the bulb, rather than the warm light of any sun. It is the most visited painting in Madrid. It has been reproduced on protest banners in conflicts on every inhabited continent. It has been quoted, referenced, and adapted by artists working in every medium for nearly 90 years. It has become the thing that Picasso most consistently resisted, which is a caption, a single image that stands for a single idea. He would have been annoyed by this. He also would have recognised it. A painting that people reach for when they are trying to show what war does to the bodies of civilians is a painting that has done its work. On the evening of the 7th of April 1973, Pablo Picasso had friends to dinner at his villa in Mougins, a small town in the hills above Cannes in the south of France. He was 91 years old. After dinner he went to his studio and painted until 3 in the morning. Then he went to bed. He woke at 11:30 the next morning and could not get up. He died before a doctor arrived, of heart failure, on the 8th of April 1973. He had painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. This is, in some ways, the most Picasso fact about Picasso. He had said, more than once, and in more than one way, that he believed work would keep him alive, that the act of making things was the thing that held him to the world. He was superstitious about stopping. He had painted through grief and poverty and 2 world wars and the death of friends and the collapse of relationships and stomach operations and respiratory problems and the ordinary deteriorations of an extraordinary old age. He painted in the last year of his life with what his biographers describe as frenzy, a word that appears in multiple accounts of his final period, the same word that appears in accounts of the very beginning, the 7-year-old at his father's side, the boy who drew instead of listening in school because the drawing could not be stopped. Between 1968 and 1972, Picasso produced more than 100 paintings and hundreds of engravings. He was 87 years old at the start of that period. The work of these final years is not what most people picture when they think of Picasso. It is late work in the fullest sense, the work of a man looking at mortality from inside it, figurative and often erotic and sometimes crude and sometimes visionary, the style stripped of almost everything except the urgency. In 1972, a year before his death, he produced a series of drawn self-portraits in which the face is shown as something close to a skull, the eyes enormous and dark, the features reduced to their essential structure. He was looking at himself and seeing what was coming and drawing it anyway. He's buried at the Chateau of Vauvenargues near Aix-en-Provence, a property he had acquired in 1958. The chateau sits overlooking the Mont Sainte-Victoire, the mountain that Paul Cézanne painted dozens of times, and that Picasso had studied in the Salon d'Automne retrospective of 1907, the same retrospective that had pushed him toward what became Cubism. He's buried, in other words, in the sightline of the mountain that belonged to the man he said was the father of them all. This may have been intentional. It was certainly not accidental. He left behind somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 works, depending on how the counting is done and which categories are included. Paintings, drawings, sculptures, ceramics, prints, engravings, stage designs, illustrated books, tapestry cartoons, and things that do not fit cleanly into any of these categories. The range of medium is itself a statement. He worked in whatever was available, whatever was interesting, whatever he had not yet exhausted. He learned ceramics in his 60s and produced more than 3,000 ceramic works. He made sculptures from bicycle handlebars and saddles, from cardboard and wire and string and wood, from whatever was in the studio and could be made to hold a form. Scarcity of conventional material was never an obstacle because he did not define material conventionally. His career spanned more than 76 years. When he was born, the Impressionists were still the radical edge of painting. When he died, abstract expressionism and pop art and minimalism had all come and gone. He had outlived most of the movements that had positioned themselves against him or alongside him, and had outlived several that he had helped create. He had watched Cubism become a historical period while he was still alive to discuss it. He had done things in painting that no one had done, then moved on from them, then watched them become the curriculum of art schools across the world, then moved on further still. The legacy of what he did to painting is difficult to overstate, because it is so thoroughly embedded in what painting has been allowed to do since 1907, that the specifics are hard to see clearly. Cubism changed the understanding of how a flat surface could represent space and time. It changed the understanding of how multiple truths about an object could coexist in a single image. It opened the question of what relationship a painting was required to have with the visible world, and the answer that Cubism proposed, which was that the relationship was negotiable, was so fundamental that it made almost everything that came afterward possible. Abstract expressionism, which rejected figuration entirely, is a response to the question Cubism opened. Pop art's engagement with flat planes and commercial imagery borrows from the Cubist vocabulary. The conceptual art movements of the second half of the 20th century, which pushed the question of what art is allowed to be into entirely new territories, all passed through the door that Picasso and Braque opened in a Montmartre studio between 1908 and 1914. He was aware of this and said very little about it. He made statements about art that were oracular and often contradictory and sometimes deliberately unhelpful, as though he preferred that the work speak for itself and found the conversation around the work slightly beside the point. He said painting was a form of magic. He said it was a lie that told the truth. He said it took a long time to become young. These are not the statements of someone who wanted to explain himself. His face became one of the most photographed faces of the 20th century. He was the first living artist to have a retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1939. He joined the French Communist Party after the Second World War and was awarded the Lenin Peace Prize in 1962, and these affiliations generated controversy that followed him for the rest of his life, as did his treatment of the women he was involved with, which by the accounts of several of those women ranged from complicated to harmful. The biography is not simple, and has not been made simpler by the passage of time or the scale of the reputation. What remains when all of it is accounted for is the work itself. The Blue Period paintings, still in the museums where they have lived for decades, still doing what they were doing in 1902 when nobody wanted to buy them, which is looking at suffering without sentimentality and without distance. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon at the Museum of Modern Art, still stopping people in the gallery the way it stopped everyone who saw it in Picasso's studio in 1907, still refusing to show you what you expect to be shown. Guernica in Madrid, where 11,000 people a day come to stand in front of it and feel what it feels like to be in a room with a painting that will not let war be abstract. The Old Guitarist, in Chicago, a bent old man cradling an enormous instrument in a room full of cold blue, the guitar the only warm thing, playing music for no audience in a painting that was made in a period when Picasso could not sell paintings and was burning drawings to stay warm and had just lost his closest friend. He was a boy in Malaga who could draw before he could speak. His first word was the word for pencil. He drew pigeons for his father, and then painted over his father's unfinished pigeon, and his father understood what he was looking at and gave him his brushes. He went to Barcelona at 14, and passed an entrance examination in a week that was supposed to take a month. He went to Paris at 20, and moved into a leaking building in Montmartre and began to work. He worked for the next 71 years without stopping, except when grief stopped him briefly, and exhaustion slowed him for a year, and his body failed him in small ways that he ignored. He painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. The work is still here, all of it, the pigeons and the beggars and the broken guitars and the fractured faces and the screaming horse and the skull-like self-portrait of a 90-year-old man looking at what was coming and drawing it anyway. If you are still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pablo Picasso. If you fell asleep somewhere around the Blue Period or the Shed in Montmartre or the Blue Guitar in Chicago, which would be a very good place to fall asleep, that is exactly what this was for. If you have a hand free from wherever it is, a like and a subscribe cost you nothing and helps the channel more than you would think. It is the least baroque thing you can do with a finger, and Picasso would have approved of economy. Good night. Close your eyes and imagine Dayton, Ohio, in the late 1800s. 2 brothers run a modest bicycle shop on West 3rd Street. The smell of machine oil drifts through the door on summer afternoons. They have no idea that within a few short years, They will change the course of human history forever. You step into the Wright Cycle Company on a warm afternoon in 1896. Sunlight filters through the front windows and catches specks of dust floating lazily through the air. The smell of machine oil mingles with fresh wood shavings and rubber from bicycle tyres stacked against the wall. The floorboards creak slightly under your feet as you move deeper into the shop. Wilbur Wright stands at the workbench near the back. He's 30 years old, with a serious face and thoughtful eyes that seem to look through problems rather than just at them. His hands move with practiced precision as he adjusts the chain on a safety bicycle. The newest models gleam in their display stands. Each one represents hours of careful assembly and adjustment. Each spoke must be perfectly tensioned. Each bearing must spin without friction. Each brake must engage smoothly but firmly. His younger brother Orville works nearby at a second bench. At 25, he shares Wilbur's thin build and quiet intensity. He bends over a wheel, truing the spokes with delicate touches of a wrench. The brothers rarely speak while they work. They have developed an understanding that requires few words. A glance communicates what others would need a conversation to express. A slight nod confirms an approach. A raised eyebrow questions a decision. The bicycle shop exists in a world between the old and the new. Horse-drawn carriages still clatter past on the street outside, their wheels rumbling over cobblestones. Yet inside this modest storefront, the brothers tinker with mechanisms that hint at a future of speed and efficiency. Each bicycle represents a small miracle of engineering. 2 wheels connected by a frame and chain, so simple in concept, so complex in execution. You notice how the brothers approach each repair with the same methodical care. They do not rush. When a customer brings in a bicycle with a wobbling wheel, Wilbur examines it from every angle. He spins the wheel slowly, watching for the slightest deviation. He runs his fingers along the rim, feeling for imperfections too small to see. He knows that the smallest flaw can throw off the entire balance. He knows that good enough is never actually good enough. This attention to detail comes naturally to both brothers. They grew up taking things apart to see how they worked. Clocks and toys and mechanical gadgets of all kinds found themselves disassembled on the kitchen table. Their father Milton, a bishop in the United Brethren Church, encouraged this curiosity rather than scolding them for breaking things. Their mother Susan had a natural gift for fixing household machines. She could look at a broken pump or a jammed door latch and immediately understand the problem. She passed this practical knowledge to her sons before her early death from tuberculosis, when Orville was still young. The bicycle business thrives in these years. America has fallen in love with the freedom of 2-wheeled travel. People who once walked everywhere or relied on horses can now glide along at speeds that would have amazed their grandparents. The sensation of riding a bicycle feels almost like flying. The wind in your face, the landscape flowing past, the independence of moving under your own power without the mess and expense of keeping a horse. The Wright brothers build their own models, improving on existing designs with each iteration. They start by assembling bikes from purchased parts. Then they begin manufacturing their own frames. They experiment with different geometries to improve handling. They develop their own brake designs. They test various gear ratios to find the optimal balance between speed and ease of pedalling. The shop becomes known for quality and reliability. When someone buys a Wright bicycle, they know it will last. The brothers stand behind their work absolutely. If something breaks due to a manufacturing defect, they fix it without question or charge. This builds trust in the community. Word spreads. The business grows steadily. But you sense something restless in the brothers as they work. Wilbur especially seems to gaze out the window at the sky with increasing frequency. He watches birds soaring past with intense focus. He has been reading about a German glider enthusiast named Otto Lilienthal. The man has been conducting experiments with flying machines near Berlin. He launches himself from hills, riding currents of air like a human bird. He has made thousands of glides, learning to control his craft through shifts of body weight. The newspapers occasionally carry stories about Lilienthal's exploits. Most readers view them as amusing curiosities. Flying machines belong to the realm of fantasy and science fiction. Serious people do not waste time on such foolishness. But Wilbur reads these articles with growing fascination. Here is someone attempting the impossible with systematic rigour. Here is someone treating flight as an engineering problem rather than a magical dream. In August of 1896, devastating news arrives from Germany. Otto Lilienthal has died in a glider crash. His machine stalled during a test flight. He fell from a height of 50 feet and broke his spine. He lived for only a day after the accident, his last word reportedly being that sacrifices must be made. The tragedy strikes Wilbur deeply. Here was a man who dared to pursue an impossible dream. He paid the ultimate price for his vision. Yet instead of discouraging Wilbur, the news ignites something within him. Lilienthal proved that gliding flight was possible. He died not because the concept was flawed, but because he had not yet solved all the problems. The challenge remains open. The question remains unanswered. Someone must continue the work. You watch as Wilbur begins to collect every scrap of information about flying machines. He writes a careful letter to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, requesting papers on aeronautics. The response arrives in the mail several weeks later, a package of pamphlets and articles about various flying machine experiments. Wilbur devours the material, reading late into the night by lamplight in the room he shares with Orville above the shop. The library at the bicycle shop slowly fills with books and pamphlets about bird flight, air pressure, and wing design. Wilbur orders texts on ornithology to study how different birds achieve flight. He reads about the anatomy of bird wings. He learns how feathers overlap to create smooth surfaces. He discovers that birds have hollow bones to reduce weight. He studies how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch rising currents of warm air. Orville notices his brother's growing obsession, but says nothing at first. He knows Wilbur well enough to recognise when an idea has taken hold. Wilbur becomes completely absorbed in problems that interest him. He will work on them constantly, turning them over in his mind even while doing other tasks. His body may be adjusting bicycle spokes, but his thoughts are somewhere else entirely. The brothers continue their bicycle work through the changing seasons. Spring brings customers eager to ride through blooming parks and along tree-lined streets. Young couples buy bicycles so they can ride together on Sunday afternoons. Fathers purchase bikes for their children, then spend patient hours teaching them to balance. Summer sees children learning to ride, their scraped knees badges of determination. Autumn brings repairs from those who rode too hard on rough roads, with bent wheels and broken chains needing attention. Winter offers time for planning improvements to their bicycle models and preparing for the next selling season. Through it all, the question of flight grows larger in Wilbur's mind. He watches birds soaring overhead as he walks to the shop each morning. He notices how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch the wind. He observes how they spread their tail feathers to slow down for landing. He sees how they tuck their wings tight when diving for speed. Nature has already solved the problem of flight through millions of years of evolution. The brothers just need to understand the principles well enough to apply them to human-built machines. Orville finally asks his brother directly about the flying machine research one evening in late 1899. They stand in the shop after closing time. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the wooden floor. The street outside has grown quiet. Wilbur explains his thinking methodically, as he does with everything. He believes that the problem of flight can be broken into three distinct parts. First, you need wings that generate lift sufficient to overcome the weight of the machine and pilot. Second, you need a way to control the machine in all three dimensions while in the air. Third, you need a source of power to sustain flight and overcome drag. Most experimenters, Wilbur notes, focus almost exclusively on the first challenge. They build wings and hope for the best. They neglect the crucial question of control. A bicycle works because the rider can steer and balance. You lean into turns. You shift your weight to maintain equilibrium. You make constant tiny adjustments without even thinking about them. A flying machine needs the same level of intuitive control, only in 3 dimensions instead of 2. You need to control pitch, the nose pointing up or down. You need to control roll, with one wing dropping lower than the other. You need to control yaw, the nose pointing left or right. This insight marks the true beginning of the Wright brothers' journey into aviation. They will approach flying machines with the same practical mindset they bring to bicycles. Every problem can be solved through observation, experimentation, and patient refinement. They have the mechanical skills from years of bicycle work. They have the curiosity from a lifetime of taking things apart. They have the time, as the bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow pursuit of other interests. They have the resources, as they have saved money from their successful shop. The bicycle shop becomes a laboratory after hours. The brothers clear space in the back room for sketches and models. They fashion small wings from wood and paper, testing different shapes and sizes. They create tiny gliders and launch them from the second-story window, watching how they fly. They argue good-naturedly about angles and measurements, each brother defending his calculations. They make mistakes and learn from them, adjusting their approach based on what they observe. You can feel the excitement building in this ordinary workshop. Two self-taught engineers from Ohio are about to embark on an extraordinary adventure. They have no degrees from universities, no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons to fund elaborate experiments, no team of assistants to do the tedious work. They have only their minds, their hands, and an unshakable belief that humans can fly if they can just understand the principles well enough. The year 1899 arrives with possibility hanging in the air. The bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow significant time for other pursuits. The brothers have saved enough money to fund small experiments without financial stress. They correspond with Octave Chanute, a civil engineer in Chicago who has also been studying flight problems. Chanute is older and more established. He has conducted his own glider experiments and written extensively about aeronautics. He encourages the Wright brothers' work and shares his own findings generously. Through this correspondence, Wilbur and Orville begin to see themselves as part of a larger community of dreamers and experimenters. Men scattered across the world, all working on the same impossible problem from different angles. Some approach it with rigid mathematical formulas. Others rely on pure intuition and trial and error. The Wright brothers blend both approaches. They trust numbers and calculations, but they also trust what they observe with their own eyes. They believe in testing theories against reality. Wilbur becomes particularly interested in how birds control their flight. He spends hours watching buzzards soar over the Dayton landscape. He notices that when a bird wants to turn, it does not simply point its nose in the new direction. Instead, it dips one wing lower than the other. The bird rolls into the turn, banking like a bicycle rider leaning around a corner. This observation seems crucial. The breakthrough comes unexpectedly, as insights often do. Wilbur is talking to a customer in the shop one afternoon, while absently handling an empty inner tube box. The box is rectangular and made of thin cardboard. As he talks, his hands twist the box, making one end rotate relative to the other. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, staring at the twisted box in his hands. He realizes that by twisting the wings of a flying machine, you could control its roll. Just as a bird tilts its wings to turn, a glider could do the same with flexible wing surfaces. If you could warp one wingtip up and the other down, you could make the machine bank. This simple observation will prove to be one of their most important innovations. Other experimenters have been trying to control flying machines with rudders and movable surfaces. The Wright brothers will add wing warping to the mix. As spring arrives in 1900, the brothers make a crucial decision. They will build a glider, not a small model, but a full-size machine capable of carrying a human being. They will test it somewhere with steady winds and soft landing surfaces. They will learn what works and what fails through actual experience. They will iterate and improve based on real data rather than just theory. The search for a testing site becomes a project in itself. Dayton offers neither steady winds nor forgiving terrain. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size glider safely. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention or mockery. somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent across seasons, somewhere they can work without constant interruption. Wilbur writes to the Weather Bureau in Washington with a carefully thought-out request. He asks for data on wind velocities across the United States. He specifies that he needs locations with average winds of at least 15 miles per hour. He requests information about terrain types and accessibility. The response arrives several weeks later with detailed records from weather stations nationwide. The brothers pore over the numbers, looking for the perfect combination of wind speed, isolation, and accessible terrain. They spread maps across the workbench and make notes. They discuss various locations and their relative merits. San Diego has good winds but seems too far away and too expensive to reach regularly. The Great Plains offer flat terrain but unpredictable weather. Various coastal locations present possibilities. One location stands out from all the others. Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a small fishing village on the Outer Banks. The weather station reports average wind speeds of 16 miles per hour. The area consists of sandy dunes that would cushion any landing, no matter how hard. Few people live there, ensuring privacy for their experiments. The climate stays moderate enough for work even in late autumn and early winter. The brothers exchange glances as they read about Kitty Hawk. It sounds almost too perfect for their needs. Remote barrier islands swept by steady Atlantic winds. Soft sand that will forgive countless crash landings. A small community that might offer basic supplies and simple lodging. Isolation from the newspapers and the inevitable skeptics who would mock their attempts. They begin to plan their first expedition with characteristic thoroughness. They will need to bring all their equipment and supplies. They will need to arrange time away from the bicycle shop. They will need to build their glider in a way that allows it to be disassembled for shipping. They will need to prepare for camping in what sounds like fairly primitive conditions. But first, they must design and build their glider. The design takes shape over countless evenings at the bicycle shop through the summer of 1900. They base their initial plans on measurements published by Otto Lilienthal, adjusting for what they have learned from their own small-scale experiments. The wings will be covered in fabric stretched over a wooden frame. The pilot will lie prone on the lower wing, reducing air resistance. This position feels awkward but makes aerodynamic sense. The most innovative feature remains the wing warping mechanism that Wilbur conceived. Cables will run from the wingtips to a cradle that the pilot controls with his hips. By shifting his weight side to side, the pilot can twist the wings and steer the glider. The concept seems straightforward in theory. Whether it will work in practice remains to be seen. No other experimenter has developed anything quite like it. Construction begins in earnest in August. The brothers work in the back room of the shop, surrounded by wood shavings and the smell of varnish. They select each piece of spruce carefully, testing it for straightness and strength. Wood with any hint of weakness gets rejected. They cut the ribs that will give the wings their curved shape, working from patterns they have drawn. They drill holes for the connecting wires. They sand surfaces smooth. They sew the fabric covering with precision stitching, making sure the tension stays even. The work demands absolute accuracy at every step. A wing that is slightly twisted will not fly properly. A connection that is too weak will fail under stress. A cable that is too loose will not transmit control inputs properly. The brothers check and recheck every measurement. They test each joint before moving on. They have no margin for error when the test pilot is suspended in the air on their craftsmanship. You marvel at their patience during this process. Many evenings they make little visible progress. They might spend hours perfecting a single joint or debating the optimal placement of a strut. They never rush ahead, never cut corners to save time. Speed matters less than getting every detail exactly right. Their bicycle business taught them this principle thoroughly. A customer whose wheel comes loose due to sloppy work will never return. A pilot whose glider fails due to poor construction might not survive. As the glider takes shape, visitors to the bicycle shop sometimes glimpse the strange contraption in the back room. A few ask questions, curious about what the brothers are building. The brothers answer politely but vaguely. They describe it as an experiment in aeronautics. They do not invite further questions. They have no interest in publicity or skepticism at this stage. They simply want to solve the problem of flight without interference or pressure. By early September, the glider is ready. It weighs less than 50 pounds but measures 17 feet across the wings. The brothers have built it to be as light as possible while still maintaining structural integrity. Disassembled, it fits into large wooden crates that can be shipped by rail. Every component is carefully packed to prevent damage during transport. The brothers booked passage on a train heading south. They bring tools, spare materials, and a tent for camping. They bring enough food supplies to last several weeks. They tell friends and family they are taking a working vacation to test some new ideas. They give the bicycle shop to their assistant to mind during their absence. They depart Dayton on September 6th, 1900, bound for adventure. The journey to Kitty Hawk proves more difficult than expected. The train takes them as far as Elizabeth City, North Carolina. From there, they must find boat passage across Albemarle Sound to the Outer Banks. The locals eye these two lean Yankees with frank curiosity. City men with soft hands do not usually venture to the isolated fishing communities on the barrier islands. The few visitors who do come are usually sport fishermen with expensive gear. Eventually they secure transport on a small schooner. The captain agrees to carry them and their cargo across the sound for a reasonable fee. The crossing proves rougher than anticipated. September storms have stirred up the water. Waves slap against the wooden hull as the boat makes its way across the choppy surface. The brothers clutch their precious cargo, hoping the crates remain dry and secure. The captain shakes his head at their destination. Kitty Hawk offers little beyond wind and sand and mosquitoes. Why would anyone choose to go there? They arrive to find the reports accurate in every detail. Wind sweeps constantly across the dunes, never ceasing even for a moment. The village consists of a handful of weathered wooden houses occupied by families who make their living from fishing in the sound and ocean. The terrain is exactly what they need for gliding experiments. Miles of empty beach stretch in both directions. Sandy dunes rise and fall in gentle slopes. The isolation is complete. The brothers set up camp near the beach, pitching their tent on level ground behind a protective dune. They arrange their supplies carefully, protecting everything from the ever-present sand. The mosquitoes prove as fierce as the weather report suggested they would. At night, the insects swarm so thickly that sleep becomes nearly impossible. The brothers joke grimly about being eaten alive before they can test their glider. They burn smudge fires to drive away the worst of the mosquito clouds. They cover themselves completely despite the warmth. They spend several days assembling the machine and studying the local wind patterns. The work proceeds methodically. Each piece must fit together perfectly. They check every connection twice. They test the wing warping mechanism repeatedly before trusting it. The winds blow strongest in the late morning and early afternoon, then diminish somewhat in the evening. The dunes offer natural launching points at various heights, allowing them to start with gentle slopes and work up to steeper ones. Local residents begin to visit their camp, drawn by curiosity about the strange contraption taking shape. The Tate family proves especially friendly. Bill Tate and his wife Addie live nearby with their children. They provide food and advice about living on the Outer Banks. Bill offers to help with the work. Their children watch with wide eyes as the wings come together. No one in Kitty Hawk has ever seen anything remotely like this machine. The brothers explain they're conducting experiments with flying machines. The locals nod politely, clearly thinking these city fellows have lost their minds. But they offer help anyway, as is the custom in these small communities. Bill Tate proves particularly useful. He knows how to work in the constant wind. He understands how to anchor things against sudden gusts. His practical knowledge complements the brothers' theoretical understanding. Finally, on a clear October day, the glider is ready for its first test. The brothers carry it carefully to a suitable dune about 100 feet high. The wind blows steadily and strong from the north. They will start with unmanned flights to test the basic design before risking a human pilot. They attach control lines to the glider like a giant kite. They launch it into the wind, controlling it from the ground. The machine soars immediately. It climbs high above the dune, riding the air currents with surprising grace. The brothers watch intently, calling out observations to each other. The wing shape generates sufficient lift, exactly as their calculations predicted. The control system responds smoothly to inputs on the lines. The glider settles back to Earth gently when they release tension. They whoop with excitement, grinning at each other like children with a new toy. Over the following days, they conduct dozens of unmanned flights. They adjust the wing angle, watching how it affects performance. They modify the control cables, testing different tensions. They learn how the glider responds to varying wind conditions. Each flight provides valuable data that refines their understanding. They fill notebooks with observations and measurements. They sketch diagrams showing flight paths. They calculate lift and drag coefficients based on what they observe. The time comes for manned flight, the moment they have been building toward. Wilbur will go first as the older brother. He positions himself carefully on the lower wing, gripping the control cradle with his hips. His hands grasp the elevator control that will pitch the nose up or down. Orville and Bill Tate hold the glider steady against the wind. Wilbur takes a deep breath, feeling the wind rushing past. He gives the signal. They release the glider. It lifts immediately, carrying Wilbur into the air above the sand. He flies only a few feet above the ground, travelling perhaps 20 feet before settling back onto the soft surface. But those few seconds change everything in his perception. He has controlled a heavier-than-air machine in flight. The sensation is unlike anything he has experienced before. The wind rushing past. The ground is sliding beneath. The delicate balance of forces holding him aloft. They make several more glides that afternoon. Each flight lasts a bit longer as Wilbur learns to feel the machine's responses. He discovers that tiny movements produce large effects. The controls require a delicate touch. Over-controlling leads to dangerous oscillations. He begins to develop an intuitive sense for what the glider needs, responding to cues he cannot fully articulate. Orville takes his turn as well. His lighter weight allows slightly longer flights. He approaches the controls differently than Wilbur, with smaller movements and more patience. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best. They discuss what they felt during each flight, comparing experiences and building a shared understanding. The 1900 season at Kitty Hawk lasts only a few weeks. Weather deteriorates in late October, bringing rain and stronger winds than the glider can safely handle. The brothers pack up their equipment and arrange passage back to the mainland. They have proven their basic concepts work. They have learned an enormous amount about practical flying, but they have also discovered significant problems that need solving. The glider does not perform quite as well as Lilienthal's published data suggested it should. The lift is less than expected. The machine feels less stable than they hoped. These discrepancies trouble Wilbur. Either their construction has flaws, or the published aeronautical data is wrong. They need to determine which before proceeding further. You stand with the brothers on a gentle hill outside Dayton in the spring of 1901. The wind picks up, rustling through the new grass and tugging at your clothes. Wilbur holds a small kite made of wood and fabric. It is not a toy, but a precise testing device, designed to help them understand how wings behave in moving air under controlled conditions. The brothers have been conducting these experiments for months now, fitting them in between bicycle shop duties. Each outing teaches them something new about the subtle nature of flight. Today they focus on wing warping, the technique Wilbur discovered by absently twisting that cardboard box. The concept seems simple at first. Reality proves more complex. Orville releases the kite into the wind. It climbs rapidly, pulling against the control lines with surprising force. Wilbur manipulates the strings, warping the wings through the mechanism they have built into this test platform. The kite responds immediately, banking left and then right with graceful precision. They can control its movement with remarkable accuracy. This validation feels satisfying after months of theoretical work. They take turns flying the kite, making detailed notes about how different wind speeds affect its behaviour. They measure angles with a protractor. They calculate forces based on the pull of the strings. They repeat tests until they are completely satisfied with their understanding. This methodical approach defines everything they do, whether working on bicycles or flying machines. The search for a better testing site remains urgent. Dayton offers neither the steady winds nor the forgiving terrain they need for serious glider work. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size machine safely for extended periods. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention from sceptical newspapers. Somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent enough for systematic experimentation. The 1901 return to Kitty Hawk happens in July. The brothers bring an improved glider based on hard lessons from the previous year. This version has larger wings spanning 22 feet. The wing area is nearly double the first machine. The brothers believe more wing area will generate more lift, allowing longer flights. They have also refined the control system based on their practical experience. The journey south has become familiar now. The train to Elizabeth City, the boat is across the Sound, the arrival at the isolated fishing village. The Tates welcome them back warmly. Bill helps them establish a better camp. This year they build a wooden shed to house the glider and protect it from the salt air and blowing sand. The structure also provides refuge from the relentless mosquitoes that made sleep so difficult the previous year. The shed becomes their base of operations, 16 feet long and wide enough to accommodate the assembled glider. They install a stove for cooking and heating water. They hang their tools on the walls in organised rows. They create a workspace that allows them to make adjustments and repairs efficiently. The transformation from camping to something more permanent reflects their commitment to solving the flight problem completely. Assembly of the new glider takes several days of careful work. Every joint must be perfect. Every wire must be properly tensioned. They check and double-check each connection before declaring the machine ready. The completed glider is beautiful in its functional simplicity. Clean lines, efficient structure, no wasted material or complexity. The improved glider performs beautifully in early tests. The increased wing area generates impressive lift. Wilbur makes flights that far exceed anything achieved the previous year. He glides for distances approaching 300 feet. He stays airborne for 15 seconds or more. The machine feels more stable and predictable than their first attempt. The brothers congratulate themselves on their improvements, but problems emerge as they push the limits of performance. The glider sometimes behaves unpredictably at certain speeds and angles. It will suddenly pitch up or down without clear cause. It occasionally enters alarming spins that require quick reactions to escape. The brothers observe these moments with intense focus, trying to understand what triggers the instability. One issue particularly troubles them. When they use the wing warping mechanism to initiate a turn, the glider sometimes responds backward. Instead of banking smoothly in the desired direction, it slews sideways or even turns the opposite way. The brothers call this effect adverse yaw. Understanding and correcting it becomes crucial to achieving safe, controlled flight. They spend entire days conducting systematic experiments. They adjust the wing warping angles minutely, testing each variation. They modify the tail surfaces, trying different sizes and shapes. They experiment with different positions for the pilot's weight. Each change produces new data to record and analyse. The process is painstaking but absolutely necessary for progress. Orville takes his turns piloting with a lighter touch than Wilbur. He makes smaller adjustments to the controls, waiting to see the machine's response before adding more input. His flights often last longer as a result of this patient approach. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best in different conditions. They discuss each flight afterward in detail, comparing what they felt and observed. The local residents have grown accustomed to the strange sight of men flying over the dunes. Children from the village come to watch the experiments regularly now. They cheer when flights go well and run to help when the glider crashes into the sand. They ask questions about how the machine works. The Wright brothers have become accepted as eccentric but harmless fixtures of the community, part of the landscape like the lighthouse and the life-saving station. Bill Tate continues to assist with the experiments whenever his fishing schedule allows. He helps carry the heavy glider up the dunes for launching. He offers observations about wind patterns based on his lifetime of living by the ocean. He notices things the brothers miss, like subtle shifts in wind direction that presage larger changes. His practical knowledge complements their theoretical understanding perfectly. As weeks pass, the brothers become genuinely skilled pilots. They learn to launch in various wind conditions, adjusting their technique to match the circumstances. They can control the glider through gentle turns without losing much altitude. They can judge when to land before conditions become dangerous. They develop an intuitive feel for reading the invisible rivers and currents of air that support their flights. But they also recognize the fundamental limitations of gliding. Even their best flights last only a minute or so before gravity inevitably wins. They can only fly downhill, trading precious altitude for distance. To achieve true flight, sustained flight, they need power. They need an engine that can overcome drag and maintain altitude indefinitely. They need to transform their glider into a proper flying machine. The 1901 season ends in August with deeply mixed feelings. They have made tremendous progress in understanding control and building their piloting skills. Yet they have also discovered that the published data on air pressure and wing design contains serious errors. The Lilienthal tables they relied on are fundamentally flawed. The coefficients are wrong. The calculations do not match reality. This revelation shakes Wilbur to his core. If the existing aeronautical data is wrong, they cannot simply refine known designs. They must start from scratch, conducting their own research to determine the correct principles of lift and drag. The challenge has grown far larger than they imagined when they started this journey. They feel simultaneously discouraged and energized. They return to Dayton as summer fades into autumn. The familiar bicycle shop awaits, as does the difficult work of questioning everything they thought they knew about aeronautics. Wilbur falls into a brief depression, doubting whether flight will ever be achieved in their lifetime. Orville remains more optimistic, convinced that systematic experimentation will reveal the truth. Other experimenters might have given up at this point. The realization that all published data is unreliable would discourage most people. But the Wright brothers simply adjust their approach. If they cannot trust others' research, they will conduct their own. If existing theories are wrong, they will develop correct ones. The problem is simply larger than they thought. The solution will require more work. So be it. Winter in Dayton brings a new phase of intensive research. The brothers decide to build a wind tunnel in the shop. This device will let them test different wing shapes under controlled conditions without travelling to Kitty Hawk. They can gather accurate data year-round, regardless of weather. They can conduct hundreds of experiments in the time it would take to do a few field tests. The wind tunnel design is elegant in its simplicity. A wooden box 6 feet long with a glass viewing top. A fan at one end pushes air through the rectangular chamber at known speeds. Inside, they mount small wing models on a delicate balance mechanism that measures lift and drag forces. The entire apparatus costs less than constructing a good bicycle, yet it will prove more valuable than any tool they have ever owned. You would hardly recognise this crude device as the instrument that will unlock fundamental secrets of flight. Yet over the next months, the brothers test over 200 different wing shapes in meticulous detail. They measure how curves and thickness affect performance. They discover which designs generate the most lift with the least drag. They determine the optimal angle of attack for different speeds. They accumulate data that no other researcher possesses. The work is tedious beyond belief, requiring monk-like patience. Each test requires careful setup and precise measurement. A single wing shape might need 20 tests at different speeds and angles. The brothers take turns operating the tunnel and recording data in neat columns. They work late into cold winter nights, the shop heated by a small coal stove, their breath visible in the chilly air. Their fingers grow numb from the cold, but they continue working. The wind tunnel reveals truths that no amount of outdoor experimentation could have shown with such clarity. The brothers discover that long, narrow wings perform dramatically better than short, wide ones for a given wing area. They learn exactly how much curve a wing needs for optimal lift, finding a sweet spot that maximizes efficiency. They identify the best angle of attack for different wind speeds and loading conditions. They understand now why their gliders perform differently than Lilienthal's data predicted. By spring of 1902, they possess knowledge about aerodynamics that surpasses anything published anywhere in the world. They've corrected all the errors in the Lilienthal tables and created their own comprehensive tables based on solid experimental evidence. They understand wing design at a fundamental level that no other researcher has achieved. They are ready to build a new glider incorporating these hard-won discoveries. The 1902 glider represents a quantum leap forward from previous attempts. Every dimension has been calculated using their wind tunnel data rather than guesswork or borrowed numbers. The wings are longer and narrower, 32 feet across. The curve is precisely optimized to their measurements. The control surfaces have been completely redesigned based on their understanding of adverse yaw and other stability issues. They returned to Kitty Hawk that September with confidence bordering on certainty. This machine will fly better than anything attempted before by anyone. They will achieve flights of significant duration and distance. They will prove once and for all that controlled heavier-than-air flight is not only possible, but can be made practical and safe. The new glider exceeds even their optimistic expectations from the very first flight. Wilbur makes a glide lasting over 30 seconds, covering more than 500 feet. The controls respond exactly as their calculations predicted they would. The machine feels rock solid and predictable in the air. There are no mysterious behaviours or alarming moments. Everything works precisely as designed. Orville achieves similar success when he takes his turns at the controls. The brothers alternate as pilots, each flight building their skills and confidence systematically. They experiment with steeper launches from higher dunes. They attempt sharper turns. They fly in various wind conditions from gentle breezes to stiff winds. They begin to feel less like nervous experimenters and more like true pilots who understand their craft. The breakthrough that validates all their work comes on a brilliantly clear October day. Wilbur makes a flight that lasts more than a minute and covers over 620 feet. He controls the glider through several gentle turns, demonstrating complete mastery. He lands smoothly, the machine settling onto the sand with barely a bump. The watching crowd of locals and helpers erupts in spontaneous cheers. The brothers shake hands quietly, not given to dramatic displays. They have proven their concepts work flawlessly. They understand the principles of flight better than anyone alive on Earth. They can control a heavier-than-air machine with precision and consistent safety. Only one significant challenge remains ahead. They must add an engine and propellers to achieve sustained powered flight. But before they can build a powered machine, they need to understand propellers. This proves to be another area where existing knowledge falls short. The brothers discover that virtually nothing useful has been published about propeller design. Marine propellers work in water, which behaves very differently from air. The few air propeller designs that exist are based on pure guesswork rather than science. They realize that a propeller is essentially a rotating wing. The same principles that govern fixed wings should apply to spinning blades. This insight allows them to approach propeller design systematically using their wind tunnel data. They can calculate the optimal shape, pitch, and diameter for their specific application. They can design propellers from first principles rather than trial and error. You return with the brothers to Kitty Hawk in September of 1903. The familiar landscape welcomes you. Sandy dunes rolling endlessly, beach grass waving in constant wind, the sound of waves breaking on the shore, the cry of gulls overhead. This place has become a second home to Wilbur and Orville, as familiar as Dayton. Their camp has evolved significantly. The shed is larger this year, expanded to accommodate not just a glider, but also their new powered machine. They have installed a small forge for metalworking. They have built a proper workbench for assembly and repairs. The setup resembles a professional research station more than a casual camping trip. The 1903 glider is brought along primarily for training. The brothers want to log more flight hours. building their piloting skills to peak levels before attempting powered flight. They have made minor refinements based on lessons from 1902, but the basic design remains proven and reliable. They spend the first week simply flying, making dozens of glides every day that weather permits. Wilbur and Orville take turns at the controls, pushing themselves to master every aspect of flight. They practice launching in crosswinds. They work on making perfectly smooth landings. They experiment with tight turns and steep banks. They build muscle memory and instinct that will prove crucial later. Dan Tate, Bill's half-brother, often helps with the gliding operations. He proves adept at judging wind conditions and positioning the glider for optimal launches. The brothers value his assistance and practical knowledge. The locals have fully accepted the Wright brothers now. The strange flying experiments have become part of Kitty Hawk's identity. One remarkable day in late September, the brothers make nearly 100 glides in steady winds. They carry the glider up the dune, launch, fly, land, and carry it back up, over and over without rest. Their arms ache from the effort, but they continue. Each flight adds to their understanding and confidence. They are becoming the world's most experienced pilots through sheer repetition. They also conduct specific experiments to gather data for their powered machine design. They measure the exact amount of control input needed for various maneuvers. They time how quickly the glider responds to commands. They calculate the minimum speed needed to maintain flight. All of this information will inform the design of the heavier, faster-powered machine. The glider performs flawlessly through hundreds of flights. The brothers have refined it to a point of reliable excellence. They can predict exactly how it will behave in any given conditions. They trust it completely. This trust is essential because they are about to stake their lives on a far more complex machine. As October arrives, they turn their full attention to the powered flyer waiting in the shed. This machine represents 3 years of accumulated knowledge and countless hours of work. Every component has been designed based on solid engineering principles and experimental data. The wings incorporate their wind tunnel research. The propellers embody their new understanding of rotating blades. The engine represents Charlie Taylor's finest work. The flyer is dramatically different from the gliders. It weighs over 700 pounds fully loaded with fuel and pilot. The wings span 40 feet, larger than anything they have flown before. The engine sits prominently between the wings, its presence a constant reminder of the new complexity. 2 large propellers extend behind the wings on long shafts, connected to the engine by bicycle chains. The assembly of the flyer takes weeks of painstaking work. Every wire must be perfectly tensioned. Every connection must be secure. The engine must be mounted precisely to avoid vibration problems. The propellers must be aligned exactly to push evenly. The control system must operate smoothly despite the additional weight and complexity. Charlie Taylor's engine is a marvel of lightweight design. 4 cylinders arranged inline produce, about 12 horsepower on a good day. The entire engine, including the cooling system, weighs less than 200 pounds. It runs on gasoline, not steam, avoiding the weight of boilers and water tanks. The brothers can lift it by hand when installing it on the frame. The propeller design reflects months of calculation and wind tunnel testing. Each blade is 8 feet long, carved from laminated spruce. The wood is glued together in layers, then carved to the precise twisted shape that their theory demands. The brothers made 3 propellers in Dayton, bringing them carefully to Kitty Hawk. The carving alone took weeks of exacting work. The transmission system uses 2 chains running from the engine to the propellers. The propellers spin in opposite directions to cancel torque effects. This counter-rotation prevents the machine from trying to spin around its own axis. The chains are standard bicycle chains, proven technology that the brothers trust completely from years of experience. Testing the engine on the assembled flyer reveals problems immediately. The vibration is severe. The propeller shafts twist under load. The chains slip and jump on their sprockets. The brothers spend days solving these issues one by one. They strengthen the shafts. They improve the chain tensioning. They add damping to reduce vibration. Each problem yields to patient problem solving. November brings frustration. The propeller shafts crack repeatedly despite strengthening attempts. The brothers take turns making trips back to Dayton to have new shafts manufactured from better steel. Each trip consumes a week of travel time. The season grows late. Winter weather approaches. Time runs short. Finally, in early December, all systems work properly. The engine runs smoothly for extended periods. The propellers spin without wobbling. The chains transmit power reliably. The control system operates freely. The flyer is ready for its test, or as ready as they can make it without actual flight experience. The brothers build a launching rail to help the heavy machine achieve flying speed. The rail consists of a simple wooden track 60 feet long. The flyer sits on a wheeled dolly that runs along this track. When released, the machine accelerates down the rail until it reaches sufficient speed to lift off. The rail gives them the speed they need in a short distance, compensating for the soft sand that prevents conventional rolling takeoffs. December 14th dawns with light winds, not ideal but workable. The brothers flip a coin to determine who will make the first attempt. Wilbur wins. He positions himself prone on the lower wing, gripping the controls. His heart pounds with anticipation and nervousness. 3 years of work come down to this moment. Orville releases the restraining wire. The flyer rolls forward down the rail, picking up speed. The engine roars at full power. The propellers become invisible blurs. Then the machine lifts. For a glorious moment it flies under its own power. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using an engine. But Wilbur overcorrects with the elevator control. The flyer climbs too steeply, loses speed, and settles back to Earth after only 3.5 seconds. The left wing strikes first. Wood cracks sharply. Fabric tears. The witnesses rush forward to help extract Wilbur from the damaged machine. The crash is not catastrophic, but the damage requires significant repairs. The brothers examine each broken component carefully, discussing what happened in quiet voices. The flight was too brief to provide much useful data, but they learned that the flyer can lift under its own power. The engine and propellers work as designed. The basic concept is sound. They simply need to master the controls. Repairs take 2 full days of steady work. The brothers replace broken spars and reattach torn fabric. They reinforce weak points that the crash revealed. They make the elevator control less sensitive, requiring larger movements to produce the same response. They test every system repeatedly on the ground, leaving nothing to chance. December 17th dawns clear and bitterly cold. Puddles from recent rain have frozen into sheets of ice that crunch underfoot. The wind blows strong and steady from the north, gusting to 27 miles per hour. The brothers set up the launching rail on level ground near their camp. Today it is Orville's turn to pilot. The local witnesses return, bundled against the cold in heavy coats and scarves. John Daniels from the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station agrees to operate the camera. He has never used a camera before, but the brothers explain the simple process. Point the box at the end of the rail where the flyer will lift off. When you see it rise into the air, squeeze the bulb to trigger the shutter. Try not to shake. The brothers start the engine at 10:35 in the morning. It runs roughly in the frigid air but produces adequate power. They let it warm up while making final checks of every system. Everything must be perfect for this attempt. Every connection is tight. Every control is free to move. This might be their only chance before winter weather shuts down all testing for the season. Orville climbs onto the lower wing with deliberate movements. He settles into position, testing the controls one last time. The elevator responds smoothly to his inputs. The wing warping cables move freely without binding. He looks at Wilbur and nods his readiness. Wilbur positions himself at the wingtip, ready to help balance the machine during the critical takeoff phase. At exactly 10:35, Orville releases the restraining wire. The flyer rolls forward down the wooden rail. The engine hammers steadily at full throttle. The propellers claw at the cold air. The machine picks up speed faster and faster. At the end of the rail, it lifts cleanly into the air. Orville is flying, actually flying under power and under his own control. He can feel every nuance of the machine's response. The elevator requires constant, tiny adjustments to maintain altitude. The wind buffets the wings, trying to upset the delicate balance. The engine vibration travels through the entire frame. He makes corrections based on feel and instinct rather than conscious thought. The flight lasts 12 seconds. The flyer covers 120 feet over the ground before settling gently onto the sand. Orville climbs out, grinning widely. He has done it. Powered flight. Controlled flight. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using its own engine for propulsion. The small crowd of witnesses cheers and shouts. John Daniels has captured the moment on film, though he will not know for certain until the film is developed back in Dayton. But the brothers are far from finished with testing. They want more flights, more data, better performance. This was just the beginning. Wilbur takes the next turn as pilot. He launches into the strong wind and flies for about 200 feet. The machine handles better as they learn its specific characteristics. The controls make more sense now that they have actual experience. Orville goes again around 11 o'clock, achieving a flight of 200 feet. He feels more confident now, making smoother control inputs. The flyer responds well to gentle commands. Overly aggressive inputs cause problems. The lesson is the same as with the gliders. Finesse beats force. The fourth and final flight belongs to Wilbur. He climbs onto the flyer at noon. The wind has picked up even more, now gusting strongly across the dunes. He launches and immediately feels the difference. The stronger wind provides more lift but also more turbulence. The flyer climbs higher than in previous flights. He works the controls constantly, keeping the machine under tight control. The flight stretches on gloriously. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The witnesses watch in growing amazement as the machine sails steadily above the sand. Wilbur makes a gentle turn, demonstrating control. He covers 600 feet over the ground. He stays airborne for 59 seconds. Nearly a full minute of powered, controlled, sustained flight. When he finally settles onto the sand and kills the engine, the brothers quietly shake hands. They have proven everything they set out to prove. Powered flight is not only possible but practical. Their years of careful research and systematic experimentation have paid off completely. They are the first humans in history to achieve controlled, sustained, powered, heavier-than-air flight. As they gather around the flyer to discuss the morning's flights, disaster strikes suddenly. A strong gust of wind catches the machine from the side. It begins to tumble across the sand like a massive kite. John Daniels grabs at it desperately, trying to hold it down. The flyer rolls over him, trapping him briefly in a tangle of wings and struts and wires. The other men pull him free quickly. He is shaken and bruised, but not seriously injured. The flyer itself is badly damaged beyond any hope of repair at Kitty Hawk. Multiple ribs are broken. Fabric is shredded in many places. The engine has been torn partially from its mounts. The propeller shafts are bent. The brothers examine the wreckage with resignation rather than anger. They will not fly again this year, but they have accomplished their ultimate goal. The rest is merely refinement. They pack up their camp over the next several days. The damaged flyer is carefully crated for shipment back to Dayton, where it will be preserved. The brothers say goodbye to the friends they have made on the Outer Banks. Bill Tate and Dan and their families, the men from the life-saving station who witnessed history, the locals who helped with experiments and provided company during long evenings. The brothers compose a telegram to their father Milton in Dayton. The message is brief and factual, as is their way. Success. 4 flights Thursday morning, all against a 21-mile wind, started from level with engine power alone. Average speed through air 31 miles, longest 59 seconds. Inform the press home for Christmas. They send the telegram from the weather station. The operator transmits it to Dayton. From there, it should reach newspapers and create the recognition they deserve. but the world proves stubbornly sceptical. Most newspaper editors receive the telegram with disbelief. Flying machines are the stuff of fantasy and fraud. A few papers run small articles buried in back pages. Most ignore the story entirely, assuming it is a hoax or misunderstanding. The Wright brothers do not mind the lack of immediate recognition. They know what they achieved. They have the witnesses. They have the photographs. They have the data. More importantly, they have the knowledge to build better flying machines. Recognition will come eventually. For now, they have work to do. They board the train heading north, back to Dayton and the familiar bicycle shop. Winter snow begins to fall as they travel. They discuss plans for improving their design. A more powerful engine, better controls, stronger construction. They will make flight practical and reliable. They will perfect their invention. You walk through the Wright bicycle shop on a warm spring morning in 1904. Sunlight streams through the windows exactly as it did when this journey began. The smell of machine oil and fresh wood still fills the air. But everything has fundamentally changed. The brothers are no longer bicycle mechanics who dream of flight. They are aviators who happen to sell bicycles. A new flyer takes shape in the back room. This version will be stronger and more powerful than the Kitty Hawk machine. The brothers have learned from their 4 flights what needs improving. The controls will be more responsive. The engine will produce more power. The structure will be more robust to handle harder landings. This time they will not travel to Kitty Hawk for testing. They have found a suitable location much closer to home. Huffman Prairie is a cow pasture owned by local banker Torrance Huffman. It lies about 8 miles from Dayton near the electric railway line. Huffman graciously agrees to let them use his land for their experiments. The only condition is that they move the cows aside before flying. Huffman Prairie lacks the steady ocean winds of Kitty Hawk. This forces the brothers to develop a new launching system. They build a catapult tower that uses a falling weight to accelerate the flyer down a rail. The system gives them the speed they need even on calm days. It represents another innovation born of necessity. The brothers conduct dozens of flights at Huffman Prairie through 1904 and 1905. Each flight teaches them something new about controlling a powered machine. They learn to make coordinated turns, banking smoothly through circles. They extend their flight times from seconds to minutes. They develop real proficiency as pilots through endless practice. Amos Root, a beekeeper and publisher from Medina, Ohio, witnesses one of their flights in September 1904. He becomes the first journalist to see the Wright brothers fly and write an accurate account. His article appears in his magazine Gleanings in Bee Culture. Most readers probably wonder what flying machines have to do with beekeeping, but Root recognises the significance of what he witnessed. The world remains largely unaware and disbelieving despite Root's account. The Wright brothers make no effort to publicise their achievement widely. They are focused on refining their machine and protecting their invention through patents. They fly only when they need to gather data or practice skills. Secrecy becomes important as they work on commercial applications. On October 5th, 1905, Wilbur achieves a flight that proves the flyer is now a practical machine. He stays airborne for 39 minutes and 11 seconds. He covers 24.5 miles in circles around Huffman Prairie. He lands only because the fuel runs out. This flight demonstrates that powered flight is no longer a brief stunt, but a sustainable reality. The brothers apply for patents to protect their wing warping control system and other innovations. They approach the United States government about selling flying machines for military use. The War Department shows little interest, responding with a form letter saying they do not fund speculative devices. This rejection seems short-sighted in hindsight, but makes sense given the era's many fraudulent inventors. The brothers turn to European governments with more success. France and Britain express interest in purchasing flying machines. Negotiations begin but proceed slowly. European officials cannot quite believe that 2 American bicycle makers have surpassed all the scientists and engineers of Europe. They demand proof. They want demonstrations. For 2 years, from late 1905 through 1907, the Wright brothers do not fly publicly. They are working on contracts and patents. They are making improvements to their design. They are training to be better pilots for the demonstrations they know will eventually come. This gap in flying activity leads some skeptics to claim the 1903 flights never happened. Finally, in 1908, the brothers agree to public demonstrations. Wilbur travels to France in the summer with a newly built flyer. He will conduct flights near Le Mans for French officials and the European aeronautical community. Orville remains in America to demonstrate for the United States Army at Fort Myer near Washington. Wilbur's first flight in France on August 8, 1908 stuns the assembled crowd. European aviators have been attempting flight but achieving only brief straight-line hops. Wilbur circles the field with elegant grace, banking smoothly and maintaining perfect control. He makes figure eights. He flies for longer than anyone in Europe has managed. The French aviators recognise immediately that the Americans are years ahead in development. The French press goes wild with excitement. Wilbur becomes an international celebrity overnight. He receives invitations to fly for royalty and heads of state. He dines with the wealthy and famous. He trains European pilots in his methods. The acclaim is gratifying, but also somewhat overwhelming for a man who prefers quiet technical work. Orville conducts equally impressive demonstrations at Fort Myer for the United States Army. Military officers watch as he performs manoeuvres they thought impossible. He carries passengers, the first people besides the Wright brothers to fly in a powered aircraft. He flies figure eights and other complex patterns. The army becomes convinced that flying machines have military applications. Tragedy strikes on September 17th, 1908. During a demonstration flight at Fort Myer, a propeller blade splits and breaks. The flyer crashes from about 75 feet. Orville is badly injured, suffering broken ribs, hip and leg. His passenger, Army Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge, is killed instantly when his head strikes a wooden frame member. Selfridge becomes the first person to die in an airplane crash. The accident devastates Orville both physically and emotionally. He spends weeks in the hospital recovering. He will walk with a limp for the rest of his life. The death of Selfridge haunts him. Yet he does not give up on aviation. He knows that any new technology carries risks. Progress requires accepting some danger. The brothers press forward despite the setback. They win military contracts from several governments. They establish a company to manufacture flying machines. They train pilots and build aircraft for customers around the world. Aviation evolves rapidly from experimental novelty to practical industry. Other aviators and inventors begin developing their own aircraft, some borrowing heavily from Wright designs. Glenn Curtiss in America becomes a particular rival, using control systems remarkably similar to the Wright patents. Legal battles over patent infringement consume much of the brothers' time and energy in the years after 1908. The Wright Company opens a factory in Dayton to build aircraft. The brothers hire skilled workers and train them in aircraft construction. They establish a flying school at Huffman Prairie to train pilots for customers who purchase their machines. Aviation is becoming a business, not just an experiment. Wilbur falls ill with typhoid fever in May of 1912. Despite the best medical care, he grows progressively worse. He dies on May 30th at the age of 45. His death devastates Orville, who loses not just a brother but his closest collaborator, his intellectual equal, his best friend. The partnership that achieved flight cannot be replicated alone. Orville continues their work, but the joy has dimmed significantly. He serves as president of the Wright Company for a few more years, but his heart is not in business management. He eventually sells his interest in the company and retires from active aircraft development. He spends his later years protecting the brothers' legacy and ensuring history remembers their achievement accurately. A bitter dispute with the Smithsonian Institution occupies much of Orville's attention in his later years. The Smithsonian credits Samuel Langley, its former secretary, as the inventor of the first powered flying machine. Langley's machine crashed spectacularly into the Potomac River just days before the Wright brothers succeeded at Kitty Hawk. The Smithsonian later modified Langley's machine extensively and flew it briefly, then claimed this proved it was capable of flight in its original form. Orville knows this claim is false. The modified machine bore little resemblance to what Langley built. The Smithsonian is rewriting history to glorify its own scientist. In protest, Orville sends the original 1903 Flyer to the Science Museum in London in 1928. The airplane that achieved the first powered flight resides in England rather than America, because the American institution refuses to tell the truth. The Smithsonian eventually acknowledges the Wright brothers' priority in 1942. Orville negotiates the return of the Flyer to America. He dies in 1948 at age 76. Shortly after his death, the Flyer finally takes its rightful place in the Smithsonian. Visitors file past the fragile machine, marvelling at its simplicity and significance. The Wright brothers' approach to problem-solving influenced far more than just aviation. Their systematic testing methodology became a model for modern engineering practice. Their refusal to accept published data without verification showed the importance of empirical research. Their patient iteration and continuous improvement demonstrated how to tackle complex problems effectively. Think about what two self-taught engineers accomplished through determination and intelligence. They had no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons funding elaborate laboratories, no teams of assistants conducting research under their direction. They had curiosity, determination, and unwavering belief that observation and reason could solve any problem. Their legacy extends far beyond the specific machines they built. They proved that revolutionary change can come from unexpected places. That patient work matters more than dramatic gestures. That understanding principles deeply allows you to solve problems that defeated others. That two people working in harmony can achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Every airplane that lifts into the sky carries the Wright brothers' influence. The control systems they pioneered in basic form still govern aircraft today. The wing designs they perfected through wind tunnel research inform modern aerodynamics. The propellers they calculated from first principles established methods still used by engineers. Modern aircraft are unimaginably more sophisticated than the simple Flyer that flew at Kitty Hawk. They cruise at altitudes and speeds the Wright brothers could scarcely imagine. They carry hundreds of passengers across oceans and continents. They incorporate technologies like jet engines and fly-by-wire controls that would seem like magic to Wilbur and Orville. Yet the fundamental principles remain exactly the same. Wings generate lift through air pressure differences. Control surfaces govern movement in 3 dimensions. Power overcomes drag to sustain flight. The Wright brothers understood these basics completely through observation and experimentation. Everything else is refinement and elaboration. You board a commercial flight today without thinking much about the miracle occurring. Hundreds of tons of metal and passengers rise effortlessly into the air. You cruise at 600 miles per hour at 35,000 feet. You travel distances in hours that once took weeks by ship or train. You do this while eating a meal and watching a movie. All of this traces directly back to those cold December days at Kitty Hawk. To Wilbur lying prone on the Flyer, making the first controlled powered flight. To Orville capturing that moment on film. To the local witnesses who saw history being made on the dunes of North Carolina. Everything that came after built on that foundation. The brothers never fully escaped their humble origins despite fame and wealth. Orville lived simply in the house where they grew up. He maintained the same modest habits he learned in the bicycle shop. He valued precision work and honest effort above all. He remained suspicious of publicity and grand claims throughout his life. He was, to the very end, a craftsman who happened to change the world. The bicycle shop in Dayton still stands, preserved as a National Historic Landmark. You can visit and see where the impossible became possible, the workbenches where they designed their flying machines, the back room where the wind tunnel revealed aerodynamic secrets, the ordinary space where extraordinary dreams took shape through hard work and brilliant thinking. As you drift towards sleep tonight, Picture those first flights once more. The flyer is rolling down its wooden rail, lifting uncertainly into the cold December wind, covering barely more than 100 feet before settling back to earth. The witnesses were cheering and shouting. The brothers are quietly shaking hands, knowing they have done something that will echo through all of human history. Picture Wilbur at the workbench, carefully shaping a piece of spruce wood, Orville taking measurements with infinite patience and recording them in his neat handwriting. Charlie Taylor casting an aluminum engine block. The wind tunnel is spinning through another test. The notebooks are filling page by page with data. The slow accumulation of knowledge that eventually unlocked the sky. The Wright brothers gave humanity wings, not through magic or lone genius, but through work. Patient, systematic, unglamorous work conducted day after day for years. They observed carefully. They tested rigorously. They measured precisely. They learned from every failure. They improved with every iteration. They persisted when others gave up. They believed when the world doubted. Their story reminds us that the impossible is often just the not yet understood, that problems seeming insurmountable can be broken into smaller, solvable pieces, that careful thought and honest experimentation reveal truth better than assumptions, that two people working together with a shared vision can change the entire course of human history. Sleep now with the wind rushing over wings in your dreams, with the smell of spruce and varnished fabric and gasoline engine oil, with the sight of sand dunes and endless blue sky, with the knowledge that the world we live in was shaped by ordinary people who refused to accept that humans could not fly. The bicycle shop is quiet now. The wind tunnel sits silent in a museum. The gliders rest behind protective glass. But the spirit of the Wright brothers endures in every engineer who tests their assumptions, in every inventor who iterates patiently towards solutions, in everyone who looks at the impossible and asks not whether it can be done, but how. Rest easy tonight, knowing the sky that once belonged only to birds is now open to all of us. We soar between continents with casual ease. We circle the entire globe in less than a day. We touch the edges of space and dream of going farther, all because two brothers from Dayton looked up at the sky and wondered if humans might fly. Then they set about proving it was possible through patience, precision, meticulous observation, and unshakable determination. They succeeded against all odds and expectations. They gave us the world we know today. The story of the Wright brothers is complete. Their legacy flies on forever in every aircraft that takes to the air. During the summer of 1962, when Kennedy was the president and the Beatles were still unknown young men in Liverpool, three men, each nursing dreams as vast as the Pacific that surrounded their concrete cage, sat in the heart of America's most notorious prison. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the Rock to those who knew her intimately, perched like a medieval fortress on her island throne, 22 acres of hubris wrapped in fog and federal authority. Frank Morris, inmate AZ 1441, possessed the kind of mind that could unravel a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, if such puzzles had existed then. His IQ of 133 made him the prison's unofficial genius, though his criminal resume suggested he'd been applying his considerable intellect to all the wrong equations. Frank had collected felonies such as bank robbery, car theft and armed robbery, similar to how other men collect baseball cards, and he did so with about as much long-term planning. In the cell next to Frank's metropolitan headquarters sat John Anglin, AZ 1476, a man whose southern drawl could charm honey from a hive, but whose sticky fingers had landed him in more trouble than a cat in a yarn factory. John and his brother Clarence had been robbing banks since they were old enough to reach the teller windows, though their methods lacked the sophisticated planning that Frank brought to his endeavours. They were the kind of criminals who'd rob a bank and then stop for ice cream on the way home, not realising that mint chocolate chip doesn't provide much of an alibi. Clarence Anglin, AZ 1485, completed this unholy trio of criminals. If John was the charmer and Frank was the brain, Clarence was the steady hand, the man who could keep his cool when the heat was on and the law was closing in. Together, the three had accumulated enough time behind bars to span several geological epochs, their sentences stretching into a future where flying cars and moon colonies seemed more plausible than parole. The rock had earned her reputation through careful cultivation of despair. Alcatraz, surrounded by waters so cold they could freeze a man's soul before his body hit the bay, was designed by men who understood that sometimes the most effective prison bars are made of salt water and hypothermia. The swift and unforgiving currents around the island carried the dreams of would-be escapees towards the Golden Gate Bridge and towards the sea. Warden Olin Blackwell ran the prison with the precision of a Swiss timepiece and the warmth of a January morning in Siberia. He'd inherited Alcatraz from his predecessor like a family curse. This description includes the mythology of impregnability and lists America's most creative criminals. Under his watch, 23 men had attempted escape in 14 separate tries. All had been recaptured, shot, or drowned. A track record that would make any warden proud and any inmate thoughtful. The daily routine at Alcatraz followed a rhythm as predictable as a metronome. Wake at 6:30 to the sound of a bell that had been imported from a defunct monastery, apparently to add a touch of ironic spirituality to the proceedings. The kitchen staff prepared breakfast, leaving no room for weapons, tools, or hope. The meals were nutritionally adequate and gastronomically devastating, a combination that seemed designed to break the spirit while preserving the body for future punishment. Work assignments varied from the mundane to the mind-numbing. Some inmates worked in the prison laundry, where they could contemplate the cleanliness they were providing to the outside world, while wearing uniforms that made them look like extras in a particularly grim musical. Others worked in the kitchen, where they learned to create meals that would make a medieval peasant grateful for gruel. The most fortunate were employed in the prison library, where they could immerse themselves in tales of locations where the walls remained free of condensation and the sea did not taunt them with its close proximity. But it was in the industrial workshop that our three protagonists found themselves assigned, surrounded by tools that were counted more carefully than votes in a contested election. Amid the scent of machine oil and the rhythm of industrial equipment, Frank Morris began to notice details. Frank Morris observed the gradual settling of the concrete walls over the decades. The patterns of condensation suggested different densities in the construction materials. The sound travelled through the ventilation system like whispered secrets. Every evening, as the sun painted the bay in shades of freedom, the three men would return to their cells, 6 feet by 9 feet of government-issued solitude. But while their bodies were confined, their minds began to wander down paths that would have made Houdini himself nod with approval. They started to see Alcatraz not as an impregnable fortress, but as a very elaborate puzzle waiting to be solved. As the darkness in their cells grew, and the fog rolled in from the Pacific like a protective blanket, three men began to dream of a morning when they would awaken in a different place. Winter arrived at Alcatraz like an unwelcome relative, settling in for a long stay and making everyone miserable with its presence. The fog grew thicker, the winds intensified, and the concrete walls appeared to radiate despair. It was during these grey months that Frank Morris began to study the prison with the dedication of a doctoral candidate whose thesis was titled Creative Applications of Structural Engineering. The beauty of Frank's mind lay not in its criminal applications, though those had been impressive in their own misguided way, but in its ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. While his fellow inmates counted days until release dates that existed only in their most optimistic fantasies, Frank counted rivets, measured shadows, and calculated the thermal expansion of aging concrete. The revelation came to him during a particularly tedious afternoon in the workshop, while he was assigned to repair a ventilation grate that had been damaged by the previous winter's storms. As he worked, Frank noticed that the concrete around the vent had developed small cracks, hairline fractures that spoke of a building settling into middle age. The salt air had been working its slow chemistry on the structure for decades, and even the mighty Alcatraz was not immune to the patient persistence of time. That evening, as the lights dimmed and the prison settled into its nightly routine of enforced contemplation, Frank shared his observations with the Anglin brothers. Their cell block B block had been constructed in the 1910s, when concrete was more an art than a science, and building codes were suggestions rather than commandments. The walls that held them were thick enough to contain their bodies, but, Frank suspected, not necessarily their ingenuity. John Anglin, despite his reputation for impulsive decision-making, possessed a craftsman's understanding of tools and materials. Years of breaking into places had taught him to read the language of locks, hinges, and structural weak points. When Frank described the condition of the concrete around the ventilation systems, John's eyes lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for surprise inheritances or unexpected pardons. Clarence brought a different skill set to their growing conspiracy. His years of incarceration had taught him the rhythms of prison life, when guards changed shifts, which routes the security patrols followed, and how to move through the institutional routine without attracting attention. If Frank acted as the architect and John as the engineer, Clarence took on the role of the choreographer in their ever more intricate dance with disaster. The plan began to take shape during their evening conversations, whispered through the ventilation system that connected their cells like a primitive telephone network. They would begin by widening the ventilation grates in their individual cells, not enough to escape immediately, but enough to create passage to the utility corridor that ran behind the cell block. From there, they could access the roof and theoretically find a way to reach the water. The word theoretically held significant weight in their discussions. The distance from Alcatraz to Angel Island was about 2 miles of water that had claimed more experienced swimmers than any of them. The currents were unpredictable, the water temperature rarely rose above 55 degrees, and the Coast Guard maintained regular patrols specifically to discourage the kind of maritime adventure they were contemplating. But Frank had been studying the tides and currents with the dedication of a marine biologist. He had noticed that during certain tidal conditions, debris from the prison would wash up on Angel. They set out to reach the island, determined not to let the sea sweep them away. If they could time their escape properly, the same currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. Frank had been modifying and hiding tools in the prison workshop that could be used to chip away at the concrete. Frank meticulously sharpened and hardened the spoon handle. Frank had broken off a piece of the saw blade and concealed it in the sole of his shoe. Small tools that would do small work over a long time, the kind of patient progress that builds pyramids and topples governments. But tools alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to conceal their work from the daily cell inspections, which meant creating dummy walls that would hide the growing holes while appearing completely normal to casual observation. This required materials that weren't exactly available through the prison commissary. Paint that matched the cell walls, cardboard that could be shaped and coloured to look like concrete, and some way to hold it all in place. John Anglin's artistic talents, previously applied only to forging signatures and identification documents, would be put to more constructive use. He began experimenting with soap, paint chips and hair clippings to create a mixture that could be moulded into shapes and painted to match the cell walls. The results wouldn't fool a detailed inspection, but they might survive the cursory glances that were part of the daily routine. Meanwhile, Clarence had been mapping the guard schedules with the precision of a railroad timetable. He knew which guards were thorough, which were lazy, and which were easily distracted by conversation about sports or weather. More importantly, he'd identified the 15-minute window each evening when the cell block was essentially unguarded while the guards changed shifts and counted heads. As winter deepened into spring, their plan evolved from wishful thinking to genuine possibility. They would work at night, when the prison's settling sounds would cover the scraping. They would take turns keeping watch, communicating through their improvised telephone system, and carefully disposing of the concrete dust and debris. The timeline was ambitious. They hoped to complete their excavation by early summer, when the water temperatures would be at their warmest and the weather most favourable for their aquatic adventure. But even as they refined their plans and gathered their materials, each man understood that they were essentially planning an elaborate form of suicide with a slim chance of success. Yet somehow the impossibility of their scheme made it more appealing rather than less. After years of being told what to do, when to wake up and what to eat, planning anything felt like a rebellion against the cosmic forces that had deposited them on this rock in the middle of the bay. Spring of 1962 brought new hope to Alcatraz in the form of fresh paint and administrative optimism. The Bureau of Prisons had decided that a little colour might improve morale, apparently operating under the theory that sage-green walls would somehow make federal incarceration more palatable. While painters applied their cheerful coats of institutional improvement, 3 inmates had begun their renovation project, working with tools that wouldn't have impressed the most desperate home improvement enthusiast. Frank Morris had perfected the art of productive insomnia. Each night, after the 9:30 lights out, he would wait exactly 43 minutes for the sounds of the prison to settle into their nocturnal rhythm. Then, with the dedication of a medieval monk illuminating manuscripts, he would begin his careful destruction of federal property. The concrete around his cell's ventilation grate had revealed itself to be surprisingly cooperative, crumbling away in small, satisfying chunks under the persistent attention of his modified spoon handle. The work required a level of patience that would have challenged a Buddhist monk. Each scrape of the improvised chisel had to be gentle enough to avoid detection, but persistent enough to make progress. Too aggressive, and the sound would carry through the cell block like a dinner bell. If he was too tentative, he would still be chipping away when the next ice age arrived. Frank developed a rhythm: 3 gentle scrapes, pause to listen, 3 more scrapes, pause to dispose of debris. It was meditation through demolition, a Zen approach to jailbreaking. John Anglin had discovered an unexpected talent for forgery that extended beyond signatures and identification cards. His dummy ventilation grate, crafted from cardboard and painted with a mixture that included soap shavings, paint chips, and what he optimistically called artistic license, was becoming a masterpiece of deceptive craftsmanship. The challenge wasn't just making it look like concrete and metal, it had to look like old concrete and metal, complete with the stains, scratches, and accumulated grime of decades of neglect. The paint mixture had required considerable experimentation. Too much soap and it looked like what it was: soap. Too little, and it wouldn't hold together long enough to be useful. John had finally achieved the right consistency by adding hair clippings, his own, collected from monthly haircuts, and tiny fragments of concrete dust from Frank's excavation. The result was a substance that could be moulded, painted, and positioned to fool anyone who wasn't looking too carefully. Clarence Anglin had appointed himself the expedition's intelligence officer, maintaining surveillance schedules that would have impressed the CIA. He'd identified Guard Patterson as their most dangerous threat, a man who approached cell inspections with the thoroughness of a tax auditor and the suspicion of a jealous husband. Patterson counted rivets, checked shadows, and had once discovered a contraband cigarette hidden inside a hollowed-out bar of soap. If their deception was going to fail, Patterson would be the one to expose it. But even Patterson had weaknesses. He was diabetic, and his blood sugar crashes made him irritable and hurried during evening inspections. He was also a creature of habit, following the same route through the cell block every night, spending exactly 45 seconds in each cell before moving on. If they could predict his timing and mood, they could ensure their dummy walls were in place when he looked and removed when they needed to work. The disposal of excavated concrete presented its challenges. Simply dumping it would create suspicious piles of debris that even the most inattentive guard would notice. Instead, they developed a distribution system that would have impressed a drug cartel. They mixed small amounts of concrete dust with soap and washed it down the drains during their evening washing routine. They concealed larger chunks in the seams of their mattresses, distributing them so gradually that the changes in weight and texture were undetectable. They scattered some in the workshop, allowing it to blend with the dust and debris of daily industrial activity. They had recruited Alan West, another inmate whose cell was adjacent to their operation, as both a lookout and a participant. West's cell required the same treatment as the others, and his escape would help provide cover for the main operation. However, West brought a level of enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded his competence. While Frank approached the work with surgical precision, and the Anglin brothers contributed their specialised skills, West attacked his concrete with the subtlety of a demolition crew. West's scraping was audible from 3 cells away, and his mock wall resembled something a child might construct during a particularly unsuccessful art project. The work progressed through spring with the slow but steady pace of erosion carving canyons. By May, Frank had created an opening large enough to squeeze through, though he'd tested it only with careful measurements rather than actual human trials. The Anglin brothers had achieved similar progress, though John's perfectionist tendencies meant he spent almost as much time improving his dummy wall as he did enlarging his opening. The psychological toll of the work was as challenging as the physical demands. Each night brought the possibility of discovery, and each morning required them to resume their roles as model prisoners while concealing their growing excitement and anxiety. They had to maintain their routines, participate in work assignments, and interact with guards and fellow inmates as if their only concerns were the quality of the evening meal and the possibility of mail call. Frank found himself studying the guards with new intensity, not just for security purposes, but to understand how normal people behaved when they weren't planning impossible escapes. Guard Morrison had a habit of humming as he made his rounds. Guard Peterson had a habit of pausing at specific cells to engage in conversation with the inmates he held a particular dislike for. Guard Collins developed a nervous habit of jingling his keys whenever he felt anxious about something. These details would be crucial when the time came to move through the prison undetected. The weather had begun to cooperate with their plans. The fog that rolled in each evening provided natural cover, and the spring tides were creating current patterns that might actually help rather than hinder their water escape. Frank had been studying the movements of debris and seaweed, noting which pieces ended up on Angel Island and which disappeared into the Pacific. Their window of opportunity was approaching, but so was the increased risk that came with each passing day of their secret construction project. As May progressed toward June, 3 men continued their nightly routine of carefully destroying their prison cells while maintaining the facade of resigned acceptance. They had committed themselves to a plan that required perfect timing, flawless execution, and a considerable amount of luck. The alternative, spending the remainder of their lives in 6 by 9 foot concrete boxes, provided all the motivation they needed to continue their invisible demolition project. June arrived at Alcatraz with unusual warmth, as if the Pacific had decided to offer a brief respite from its customary indifference to human comfort. The unseasonably pleasant weather felt like a cosmic wink to 3 men who had been planning their departure for months, though they maintained the prison's routine with the dedication of method actors preparing for the performance of their lives. Frank Morris had discovered that escaping from Alcatraz required skills not typically taught in criminal enterprises. Take navigation as an example. The waters around the island moved with currents that followed patterns more complex than advanced calculus, and miscalculating their timing could result in a one-way trip to the Farallon Islands, or, more likely, the bottom of the bay. Frank had been studying the movement of everything from seagull formations to sandwich wrappers thrown overboard by the weekly supply boat, building a mental map of how the water moved and when. The breakthrough came when he noticed that prison garbage thrown into the bay during certain tidal conditions would wash up on Angel Island within hours. If they could time their escape to coincide with those same conditions, the treacherous currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. It was a theory that sounded plausible in whispered cellblock conversations, but would require testing their hypothesis with their lives. John Anglin had been perfecting what he called the Great Deception, a collection of dummy heads that would occupy their beds during the crucial hours when guards conducted night counts. Using a mixture of soap, toilet paper, paint and hair, collected from the prison barbershop floor, John had created sculptures that bore a reasonable resemblance to sleeping inmates, assuming the guards didn't look too closely and the lighting remained appropriately dim. The heads were works of inspired improvisation. John used real hair, which he carefully arranged to match the individual hairstyles of the sculptures. The features were moulded from soap, painted with pigments extracted from magazine pages, and mixed with substances that John preferred not to identify too specifically. The ears were particularly challenging. Apparently, creating believable ears from soap required an artistic sensibility that John had never previously applied to anything more ambitious than forging signatures. Clarence Anglin had graduated from intelligence gathering to operational planning. He'd identified the exact route they would take from their cells to the roof, through the utility corridor behind the cell block, up a ventilation shaft that led to the roof, and then across the prison rooftop to a point where they could descend to the water without being seen from the guard towers. The journey would require them to navigate in complete darkness through spaces that were barely large enough for human passage, carrying equipment that couldn't be left behind. Alan West had become their weak link in ways that were both predictable and frustrating. While the other 3 had been methodically preparing for every aspect of their escape, West had been treating the project like an extended hobby rather than a life-or-death endeavour. His concrete removal had been inconsistent, his dummy wall was unconvincing, and his security awareness was approximately equivalent to that of a tourist taking photos at a military installation. The tools and materials for their water escape had been accumulated through a combination of theft, creativity, and what Frank called adaptive resource acquisition. Prison raincoats had been sewn together to create a makeshift raft and life preservers. They had sewed the raft together using thread from prison clothing and needles, fashioned from a metal scraps found in the workshop. The result looked like something that might have been rejected by a particularly undemanding Coast Guard inspection, but it would hopefully provide enough buoyancy to keep them alive until they reached land. Paddles had been carved from wooden pieces found in the workshop, shaped and smoothed during lunch breaks and stolen moments when guards were distracted. The paddles were crude but functional, assuming they didn't encounter waves larger than those found in an average bathtub. Frank had calculated that they would need to cover approximately 2 miles of open water, probably in fog, while being sought by every law enforcement agency in Northern California. The escape timeline had been planned with the precision of a military operation, though with significantly less reliable equipment. They would begin their departure at 9:45 p.m, 15 minutes after lights out, when the cell block settled into its evening routine. The dummy heads would be positioned in their beds, the fake walls would be put in place behind their ventilation grates, and they would begin their journey through the utility corridor. The climb to the roof would be the most dangerous part of their internal navigation. The ventilation shaft was barely wide enough for human passage, and any noise during the ascent could alert guards to their escape attempt. They would have to climb approximately 30 feet in complete darkness, carrying their makeshift equipment while remaining absolutely silent. Frank had rehearsed the climb in previous reconnaissance missions, but the actual performance was a completely different matter. Once on the roof, they would have to cross approximately 60 yards of open space to reach their descent point, moving carefully to avoid being seen by guards in the towers. The guard towers had searchlights that swept the prison grounds on irregular schedules, and being caught in one of those beams would end their escape attempt in a hail of gunfire and official disappointment. The descent to the water would require them to climb down the outside of the prison building using makeshift ropes created from sheets and towels stolen from the laundry. The drop was approximately 50 feet, and the improvised climbing equipment would have to support their weight plus the weight of their escape materials. Frank had tested the rope strength using methods he preferred not to describe in detail, but the results had been marginally encouraging. As June progressed, their preparations entered the final phase. The concrete removal was essentially complete, but West continued to struggle with opening his act. The dummy heads were ready for their theatrical debut. The escape equipment was as prepared as prison resources would allow. Weather conditions were favourable, with fog predicted for the evening they had chosen for their departure. But perhaps most importantly, 3 men had committed themselves psychologically to an undertaking that required them to bet their lives on the accuracy of their planning and the reliability of their improvised equipment. They had reached the point where backing down was no longer possible, not because of external pressure, but because they had convinced themselves that freedom was worth the considerable risk of death. The date was set, June 11th, 1962. In less than 48 hours, they would discover whether months of planning and preparation had created a viable escape plan or an elaborate form of suicide. The Pacific Ocean would render its verdict with the finality that only nature can provide. The morning sun painted San Francisco Bay in shades of gold and promise, while inside Alcatraz, 3 men moved through their daily routines with the focused calm of actors preparing for opening night. Each mundane activity, breakfast, work detail, afternoon recreation, carried the weight of finality, as if they were participating in a farewell tour of institutional life. Frank Morris spent the morning in the workshop with unusual attention to his assigned tasks, repairing ventilation equipment with the ironic dedication of a man who had spent months systematically dismantling similar fixtures. His hands worked automatically, while his mind ran through the evening's timeline like a conductor rehearsing a complex symphony. Every movement had been choreographed, every contingency considered, yet the fundamental uncertainty remained. Would their months of preparation prove sufficient, or would they join the ranks of Alcatraz's failed escape attempts? The Anglin brothers maintained their customary routine with studied normalcy, though John found himself paying unusual attention to details he might never see again. The afternoon light danced through the windows of the cell block, the sound of foghorns beginning their evening chorus. Years of daily interaction had made the guards' familiar faces as predictable as sunrise. These observations didn't stem from sentiment, as they couldn't afford it, but rather from the sharp awareness that often accompanies irreversible decisions. Alan West had been struggling with his concrete removal for weeks, working with the frantic energy of a student cramming for final exams. Although his opening was still slightly too small for comfortable passage, his perfectionist tendencies had run out of time. The tides would be favourable tonight, the guard schedules were optimal, and weather forecasts predicted the fog cover they needed. West would have to make his existing opening work or risk compromising the entire operation. As evening approached, the prison settled into its familiar rhythm of enforced routine. Dinner was consumed with the usual institutional efficiency, food that was nutritionally adequate and gastronomically forgettable, served by kitchen staff who had perfected the art of culinary indifference. Conversation followed the approved patterns. Complaints about food quality, speculation about guard personnel changes, and discussions of scores from newspapers that arrived days late and already obsolete. But beneath this surface normalcy, 3 men were conducting final equipment checks with the thoroughness of astronauts preparing for launch. The dummy heads were positioned and ready, The makeshift flotation devices were concealed and accessible. We tested the improvised ropes one final time, employing methods that would not draw the attention of casual observers. Everything was ready, as months of prison-based preparation could make it. At 9:30 p.m, the lights went out on schedule, and Alcatraz began its transition to nighttime security protocols. The three conspirators waited in their cells with the patience of experienced criminals who understood that timing was everything. If they arrived too early, the guards would still be conducting their initial counts. Too late, and that they would miss the tidal conditions that could mean the difference between reaching Angel Island and disappearing into the Pacific. 9:45 p.m. arrived with astronomical precision. Frank Morris began the delicate process of removing his dummy ventilation grate and positioning his soap sculpture head in his bed. The head looked reasonably convincing in the dim light, certainly convincing enough to fool a guard conducting a routine count from the cell block corridor. The real test would come at midnight, when guards would conduct their more thorough inspection, but by then, the escape artist would either be safely away or beyond caring about guard inspections. The utility corridor behind the cell block was everything Frank had expected, and several things he hadn't. The space was cramped, filled with pipes and electrical conduits that seemed determined to catch on clothing and equipment. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust and the metallic smell of aging infrastructure. Moving through the corridor required a combination of athletic ability and contortionist skills, complicated by the need to remain absolutely silent while carrying an equipment that seemed designed to make noise at the worst possible moments. With the grace of a man who had spent considerable time practicing the movement, John Anglin emerged from his cell into the corridor. His dummy head was positioned, his fake wall was in place, and his portion of the escape equipment was secured and ready for transport. The months of preparation had honed a level of coordination that would have impressed professional dancers, despite the significant risk of missing a cue compared to audience disapproval. Clarence followed with the steady competence that had made him the operations logistics coordinator. Everything that could be planned had been planned, and everything else would have to be improvised based on principles of creative problem-solving and desperate innovation. The utility corridor evoked the atmosphere of a theatre's backstage area, where the performance held paramount importance and the audience consisted solely of armed critics. Alan West encountered his first major crisis at exactly 9:52 p.m. His ventilation opening, subway, despite weeks of enlargement efforts, remained slightly too small for comfortable passage. What had seemed like a minor issue during planning now revealed itself as a potentially catastrophic problem. West struggled with his opening while his partners waited in the corridor, precious minutes ticking away like a countdown to a launch that couldn't be postponed. The decision was made with the brutal efficiency that emergency situations demand. West would continue working on his opening and follow when he could. The others would proceed with the escape rather than risk the entire operation for one person's preparation problems. It was a calculated decision, but prison had taught all of them that survival sometimes necessitated abandoning those who couldn't keep up. The climb to the roof began at 10:03 p.m, 13 minutes behind schedule, but still within acceptable parameters. The ventilation shaft was as challenging as reconnaissance had suggested, narrow, dark, and filled with obstacles that seemed designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour. Frank led the climb, followed by John and Clarence, each man carrying equipment that made the ascent more difficult than climbing a ladder while juggling flaming torches. The roof of Alcatraz stretched before them like a concrete ocean, bathed in fog that provided both concealment and navigation challenges. The guard towers were visible as points of light in the mist, their searchlights creating moving patterns that had to be avoided with the precision of dancers performing a deadly choreography. The three men moved across the roof with careful steps, aware that a single misstep could result in noise that would bring guards running from all directions. At 10:47 p.m, they reached their descent point and began the rappel to the water's edge. The improvised rope supported the men's weight, but they creaked and stretched in a way that made each man question whether he would successfully complete the descent or become an unwilling test of gravity's reliability. The water below was dark, cold, and moving with currents that would determine whether their months of planning would result in freedom or tragedy. As they prepared to enter the bay, three men stood at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, with equipment that looked like it had been designed by optimistic children and faith that had been tested by months of impossible preparation. Behind them lay Alcatraz, ahead lay the unknown, and all around them lay water that had claimed previous escape attempts, with the indifference of natural forces operating according to laws that didn't recognize human ambition. The moment of commitment had arrived. There would be no more planning, no more preparation, no more rehearsals. All they had was the water, the darkness, and the hope that their months of diligent labour had yielded something capable of guiding them towards liberation. At 11:23 p.m. on June 11th, 1962, 3 men slipped into San Francisco Bay with the quiet desperation of souls entering purgatory. The water's coldness was the liquid embodiment of all their doubts after months of planning. Frank Morris, the mastermind whose IQ had crafted their escape, found himself wondering if intelligence was any match for the primal forces of tide and current that now controlled their destiny. The makeshift raft, cobbled together from prison raincoats and sustained by faith rather than engineering principles, settled into the water with all the buoyancy of a concrete life preserver. What had appeared relatively seaworthy during their cell block planning sessions now stood as a testament to the victory of hope over hydrodynamics. The improvised paddles, carved from workshop scraps, had felt out about as effective as using spoons to navigate the Atlantic. John Anglin, whose artistic talents had created their deceptive dummy heads, discovered that artistic vision didn't translate to maritime navigation. The fog that had seemed like providential cover from the shore now surrounded them like a living entity, reducing visibility to approximately the length of their inadequate raft. Every direction looked identical, dark water fading into dark mist, with no landmarks visible and no clear indication of which way led to Angel Island versus which way led to the Farallon Islands and certain death. Clarence Anglin, the steady hand who had mapped guard schedules with military precision, found himself trying to apply that same methodical approach to reading water currents in complete darkness. The bay moved around them with liquid complexity, streams within streams, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns that were comprehensible only to marine biologists and the soiled spirits of drowned sailors. Every paddle stroke was a calculated guess, and every navigational decision carried a risk of hypothermia and drowning. The sound of their escape had been swallowed by fog and distance, but somewhere behind them Alcatraz continued its nightly routine, unaware that 3 of its most reluctant residents had departed without filing the proper paperwork. Alan West remained in his cell, still struggling with his ventilation opening, his escape attempt abandoned in favour of not alerting guards to the absence of his cellmates. His failure to join them was both a personal tragedy and a tactical advantage. 1 fewer person to crowd their inadequate raft, 1 more dummy head in place to maintain the illusion of normal occupancy. The Pacific Ocean began its examination of their escape plan with the thoroughness of a federal prosecutor reviewing evidence. Every weakness in their preparation was tested by waves that seemed larger than physics should have allowed, currents that pulled them in directions they couldn't identify, and water temperatures that made their improvised life preservers feel like ice cubes with straps. The raft, designed by hope and constructed by necessity, began to show signs of structural anxiety as salt water found every seam and tested every improvised repair. Frank had calculated that they needed to cover approximately 2 miles to reach Angel Island, but the calculations assumed knowledge of the starting point, destination, and direction, all of which had become theoretical concepts in the fog-wrapped darkness. The lights of San Francisco were obscured by the mist, and Angel Island felt as distant as another continent. Their navigation equipment relied on instinct, desperation, and 3 waterlogged paddles that were starting to show their own structural issues. The cold was becoming a factor that no amount of planning had adequately addressed. Prison uniforms weren't designed for aquatic adventures, and the improvised flotation devices provided buoyancy but no insulation. Each man could feel his body temperature dropping with the systematic efficiency of a thermometer in a freezer, and their paddling became less about navigation and more about generating enough movement to maintain circulation. But the most dangerous enemy wasn't cold or current, it was doubt. Every minute in the water brought new evidence that their plan had been created by optimism rather than reality. The raft was too small, the equipment too improvised, the distance too far, and the conditions too hostile. Each wave that washed over their makeshift vessel carried the whispered suggestion that they should have stayed in their cells, accepted their sentences, and grown old behind bars rather than young beneath the bay, yet something kept them paddling. Perhaps it was the months of investment they had made in the escape plan. Perhaps it was the knowledge that return to Alcatraz would mean solitary confinement and the kind of official attention that makes prison life considerably more unpleasant. Or perhaps it was the simple human refusal to surrender, when surrender means death, even when the alternative seems equally terminal. The fog began to thin around 1:30 a.m, revealing patches of starlit sky that provided their first reliable navigation reference in hours. Frank oriented himself using constellations he remembered from childhood camping trips, before his life had taken the series of wrong turns that led to federal incarceration. The North Star, steady and reliable, helped him establish direction, though establishing their location remained a matter of educated guesswork and maritime prayer. As visibility improved, they could make out the darker mass of land ahead. Whether Angel Island, Alcatraz, or some previously undiscovered piece of real estate remained to be determined. Their paddling had become automatic, their arms moving with the mechanical persistence of men who had discovered that stopping meant sinking. The raft's structural integrity had degraded to the point where it was more of a flotation suggestion than an actual watercraft, held together by determination and rapidly failing adhesive. The current had been carrying them steadily, but it remained unclear whether they were heading towards salvation or destruction until they felt their improvised paddles scraping against something solid. Sand, rock. The blessed resistance of land meeting water was evident. They had reached shore, though whether they had travelled 2 miles to Angel Island or 200 yards in a circle back to Alcatraz would be determined when they could see their surroundings in daylight. Dragging themselves onto the beach with the grace of exhausted seals, 3 men collapsed onto solid ground for the first time in hours. Their escape equipment, what remained of it, was abandoned to the tide. Their prison uniforms were soaked, torn and decorated with seaweed in ways that wouldn't have impressed any fashion critics. But they were alive, on land, and no longer inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Dawn would reveal their location and determine their next moves. Until then, they lay on an unknown beach, watching the fog roll back across the bay, listening to the sound of waves that had carried them either to freedom or to a different kind of captivity. The Pacific had rendered its verdict, but the final judgment remained to be written by daylight, luck, and the ability of 3 exhausted fugitives to continue their improvised journey to wherever escaped convicts go when the impossible becomes merely improbable. Dawn arrived on June 12, 1962, with the cruel clarity that daylight brings to midnight decisions. 3 men who had spent the night discovering whether desperation could overcome physics now faced the morning's harsh accounting of their aquatic adventure. The beach beneath them was real, the water behind them was real, but their location remained a mystery that would be solved by geography rather than hope. Frank Morris opened his eyes to find himself staring at a landscape that looked suspiciously like the California coast, though whether they had reached Angel Island, returned to Alcatraz, or washed up on some entirely different piece of real estate remained to be determined. His body ached with the specific pain that comes from spending hours in cold water while wearing clothes designed for indoor prison use, rather than maritime adventures. The brilliant escape plan, so carefully crafted during months of cell block conspiracies, had deposited them on an unknown shore with no equipment, no identification, and no clear idea of what to do next. The Anglin brothers moved cautiously, like men testing which parts of their bodies still functioned after spending a night in the ocean. John's artistic talents, so useful for creating dummy heads and fake walls, seemed less applicable to their current situation, which called for skills more commonly associated with survival training than creative forgery. Circumstances that had transcended the predictable routines of prison life similarly challenged Clarence's systematic approach to planning. Their first priority was to pinpoint their location, a task that necessitated a level of urgency in their reconnaissance compared to their earlier intelligence gathering. If they had somehow managed to circle back to Alcatraz, their escape attempt would become a very short story with an unhappy ending. If they had reached Angel Island, they would need to find a way off the island before park rangers or Coast Guard patrols discovered their presence. If they had been taken elsewhere, they would have to find their bearings and continue their journey to freedom. The coastline revealed itself as they explored, and the news was both good and problematic. They had indeed reached Angel Island, their intended destination, which meant their navigation had been more accurate than the conditions had suggested. However, Angel Island was not exactly a launching pad to freedom. It was a state park, regularly patrolled and connected to the mainland only by ferry service that required tickets, identification, and the kind of paperwork they were unlikely to possess. But they were no longer inmates of Alcatraz, which represented progress of a sort. Their legal status had evolved from incarcerated to escaped fugitives, which was arguably an improvement in terms of personal autonomy, though it came with its set of challenges. The FBI would shortly be genuinely interested in their whereabouts. The US Marshals would be updating their wanted posters, and every law enforcement agency in Northern California would be looking for 3 men whose descriptions would be circulated with the efficiency of a chain letter. The immediate challenge was getting off Angel Island before their presence was discovered. Ferry service was out of the question, Swimming was no longer appealing after their previous aquatic experience, and commandeering a boat would add maritime theft to their growing list of federal charges. They needed transportation that was both available and inconspicuous, which narrowed their options to creative solutions that would have tested the ingenuity of a professional escape artist. Their prison uniforms had to be addressed before they could move in public without attracting attention. The sight of 3 men in drenched federal prison clothing was likely to spark curiosity, leading to calls to authorities and a swift end to their fleeting moment of freedom. They needed civilian clothes, which meant finding them through methods that were available to escaped convicts with no money, no connections, and no legitimate means of acquisition. The morning progressed with the methodical problem-solving that had characterized their escape planning. Frank's intelligence, John's creative resourcefulness, and Clarence's systematic approach were applied to challenges that were immediate and practical: food, clothing, transportation, and avoiding recapture long enough to establish some kind of sustainable existence outside federal custody. But even as they planned their next moves, each man understood that their escape from Alcatraz was only the beginning of a much longer journey. They had proved that the inescapable prison could be escaped, but they had also committed themselves to lives as permanent fugitives in a country where their faces would be known to every law enforcement officer from coast to coast. The morning sun illuminated the paradox of their success, warming their salt-stiffened clothes and revealing the California landscape in sharp detail. They had achieved the impossible, escaping from Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary using improvised tools, handmade equipment, and planning that had been conducted entirely within the most secure prison in America. Yet their triumph had delivered them not to freedom, but to a different kind of captivity, the hunted existence of men who could never again live under their names or return to the places they had known. As they prepared to leave Angel Island and begin the next chapter of their story, 3 men stood at the intersection of legend and reality. They had become part of Alcatraz mythology, their escape joining the annals of impossible achievements that inspire others to attempt the improbable. But they had also learned that escaping from prison is only the first step in a journey that continues for the rest of their lives, however long those lives might prove to be. The Pacific Ocean, which had tested their resolve and nearly claimed their lives, stretched behind them like a liquid barrier between their past and their future. Ahead lay the mainland, with its opportunities and dangers, its promise of freedom, and its guarantee of perpetual pursuit. 3 men who had started as inmates had become fugitives, and their story was no longer about escaping from Alcatraz. It was about learning to live with the consequences of having done the impossible. Whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape, established new identities, and lived out their days in anonymous freedom, or whether they perished in the bay that night, remains one of America's most enduring mysteries. On June 11th, 1962, 3 men showed that even the most secure prison is only as strong as the imagination of those it seeks to contain. They transformed themselves from criminals into legends, from prisoners into symbols of the eternal human desire to be free. And somewhere in the morning mist rolling off San Francisco Bay, their story continues, not as history but as possibility, not as fact but as the kind of truth that grows stronger with each telling, reminding us that sometimes the most impossible dreams are the ones most worth pursuing. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. And Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky, Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea, again the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun. As Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster, she was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their 6th child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he'd reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus's stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus's management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The 3 brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the 3 because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld, Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects. Anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage, and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning, after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks, and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquest became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, the sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War. which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe, and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves, Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's youngest son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness, delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognized that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protégé to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognized the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoiseshell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, he also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes' relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their families survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread-making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, a grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realized they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter, when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer, when Persephone returned to Earth, and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhance their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history, long after faith in the ancient gods had waned. Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas, as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing, and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, he stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realized that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople, and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan When Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire, Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defence when he needed armour that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains' rumbling and eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations, and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility. Lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures. Aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernise divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialised duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success, as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show. A sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialisation, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organisational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who are both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials, and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground, crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent paws, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity, through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work, with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures, and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because, most of the time, resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds. The crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms are tuned to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere: tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives, but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself.